Good morning, everyone. My name is Harris Adams. I'm the administrative law judge assigned to hear proceeding number 23A-0330E. We will go back on the record after our recess overnight. And I'll ask, is Mr. Rurup available and with us?
He is available, and if he's not on the screen yet, he will be momentarily.
Thank you.
Your Honor, this is Mr. Bunker for the UCA. A quick preliminary question as we're waiting for Mr. Rurup. During my examination yesterday, I asked him about hearing exhibit 207.
I'm sorry, you got interrupted there. Just you asked him about what?
Hearing exhibit 207.
Okay.
A discovery response he sponsored, and I believe I moved to for admission. Just checking to make sure that I did.
207 was admitted.
Thank you, sir.
You bet. Mr. Rurup.
Judge, just so you know, we are recording and live streaming. So just let me know when you're ready for me to turn those off.
Thank you. Is Mr. Wright available?
I am available, yes.
Okay. And then we had confidential cross for Mr. Wright, I believe, from staff and OCC. Is Mr. Opp available? Yeah.
I am.
Okay. Well, why don't we go ahead with Mr. Wright, and then we will resume with Mr. Rurup after that.
Thank you, and apologies, the Zoom connectivity is taking a little longer than typical for him, so apologies, Your Honor.
Okay, so we are going to go into a confidential session to resume the testimony of Mr. Wright, and then we hopefully will complete the testimony also of Mr. Rurup.
Okay, I think we are back. I'm just double checking that it picked up again. All right, we are all set and back on the live streaming.
Thank you. Okay, we'll resume the public session. Welcome anybody joining us. Sorry for our delayed start. We needed a bit more time to wrap up the confidential portion. So we left off with Mr. Rurup on the stand when he is on the stand from the confidential session. We're going to resume the public session. And now I've got to find where we left that off. Well, I'm just gonna go through. Mr. Opp, I think you were done. And I think Ms. Crampton was done.
Actually, Your Honor, I did have some additional cross. We had that issue whether or not we're going to use that highly confidential exhibit. Staff was able to get a public version in the record to use instead, so that rendered that issue moot. So I do have a line of cross, but obviously now it's public.
Okay, that's fine. We'll pick up there then.
Hello, Mr. Rurup. How are you?
Every day's a holiday, sir. Thank you.
Yeah, depends on what holiday you're referring to, but anyway, let's turn to your rebuttal, please, and I believe that's hearing exhibit 106. Just check. Yes, 106. And if we could go to page 46 of the rebuttal testimony. And let's go to lines 18. Just beginning here. So what I would like you to do, because I'm not going to ask you to read it into the record, it's already in the record, but if you could read this last Q&A and then how it extends over into the other page, and just let Miss Federico know when you need to scroll into the other page, and then just let me know when you're ready.
Okay. Maybe I'll just go to this version I've got online here. Or in front of me.
Yeah, so that last Q&A and the rest of the stuff onto page 47.
I'm sorry, can you scroll up, Miss Federico, please? Just so I can see, start with the Q&A.
Scroll up.
Yeah, thank you.
Okay.
This is actually easier to read than what I've done on the page. Yeah, let's scroll down now, please. Okay. Was it just that Q&A, sir?
It actually is to the full, throughout the full page of 47.
Okay. Okay, so that sounds like we're going to the next page too.
Yeah, and then specifically to that table JARD-6.
All right. Okay.
All right, now if we could go into staff's box and if we could pull out hearing exhibit 305. Okay, now if you take a look at the top right-hand corner and look at the first 3 lines on that, you could take a look at that.
Oh. So the 2023, 2024, and 2025 information?
Yeah, well, I just want you to confirm that this is the same appendix T that you're referring to, and this is the public redacted annual costs and emissions appendix T from the 120-day report.
Yes.
Is this already in the record, Mr. Opp?
No, I don't believe this portion of it is. And besides, I only have 2 pages on it. I'm not doing the whole thing. I learned my lesson yesterday.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, yeah, these should be the same.
Okay, and then let's just go to the next. So on the first one is page 2 of 37. If we go to the next page, just so we can verify, page 17 of 37.
Okay,
So with that, I move for admission of hearing exhibit 305.
Any objection to the admission of exhibit 305?
And to confirm, the witness, Mr. Rurup, is familiar with this document and has seen it before?
yeah, Ms. Shields, I think I pulled some data from here that's shown in the table we were just looking at from my testimony. That's the extent of it.
No objection.
Exhibit 305 is admitted.
So let's now go back to your table, JAR, hearing exhibit 106. Yes, thank you, Ms. Federico. And let's go to JAR, your table JAR-R-6. So here, you demonstrate that serving new load will increase carbon emissions.
Well, I think the 120-day report, this is data pulled from the 120-day report. So this is information from that report. There was a prospective new load scenario that was performed within the 120-day report. That's what this prospective new load preferred plan is referring to. I believe is around a 300 megawatt load addition with a 60% load factor, and that demonstrated the carbon impacts, which are shown in the delta there on the right side of the table.
Okay, and that data shows that serving a new load will increase carbon emissions.
Well, based on the modeling, the 120-day report, that has shown that that particular load addition is increasing carbon emissions.
Okay. Now, if we could go back to hearing exhibit 305, and we might need to blow it up some because I want to focus on the top and can make it a little bit larger.
Do you want page 1 or 2?
They're the same. It doesn't matter. Okay. So take a moment and just look at the headings in that very top column.
Okay. Okay.
Well, actually, let me go back. You know what? No, I'm fine. I'm fine. Let's just stay here. So in reading that Appendix T, reading across the top includes columns of information in addition to just annual carbon emissions, such as annual costs, including fuel, capital, and other O&M costs, annual PVRR for each portfolio, including the 2 that you used on your table, correct?
Yeah, I'm willing to accept that. I haven't reviewed that information, but that appears to be what they attempted or what they provided here in this table.
Okay. And ERPs in general are more than just carbon emission plans or generation sources, needs, mixed loads to be served and estimated costs to be incurred, correct?
Sir, that was a little unclear. Could you repeat that, please?
Sure. In general, and you remember we talked yesterday, you said you've been with public service since 2003, and so you're aware that they've done prior ERPs. Do you remember when I asked you that?
I do remember.
Okay. And so in general, the ERPs, they're fairly comprehensive proceedings, correct? They cover a lot of different things. You'd agree with that?
I do, sir.
Okay, and they cover more than just carbon emission plans?
Yeah, if you're talking about a clean energy plan, sir, this is the first version of a clean energy plan, or this is the clean energy plan of the company. If that's what you're talking about.
All right, and it includes more than just, generation needs the mix, the loads to be served.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Now, let's go back to hearing exhibit 106, and I want to go back to your table. Now, I want to take a look when you prepare table JAR-R-6, you only compared carbon emissions and curtailment.
Yes, sir.
Okay. And you didn't compare or identify methane emissions.
No, sir, I did not.
And you didn't provide any cost comparison for serving new load.
No, sir. I used the marginal cost methodology from the EDR settlement.
Okay. And I guess I think I know the answer to this, but you didn't calculate the increase in the total annual revenue requirement to serve this new load.
Well, sir, the prospective new load was brought up by Mr. Neal in his testimony. I was responding to particular things that Mr. Neal brought up, or was it Mr. Dalton? I'm sorry, I'm not really sure. This testimony probably speaks for itself on who I'm responding to here. So if they didn't bring up the cost, I did not respond to it. I don't believe they did.
Okay, well, I think we can just do it. So what is in here is what is in here, and if it's not there, it's not there. Is that a good way to summarize it? If the answer is yes, then then we're done.
Yeah, sir, if you're asking if I did any analysis beyond what's presented here, the answer is no.
Okay, well then that just shortened things. So I have no further questions.
Okay, thank you. I believe Mr. Bunker had completed his cross in the public portion.
Yes, Your Honor, I have.
And then Mr. Rushoff, I actually believe you did as well, if I'm remembering correctly.
That's correct. I have no questions.
And Mr. Fanyo, we're now to your public portion.
Okay, thank you, Your Honor. Hello again, Mr. Rupp. I'm still Richard Fanyo. So,
Good morning, sir. I think your camera turned off on me. Not that it's that important, but there
there I am. There I am. Okay. I'm going to ask you about Mr. Wishard's direct testimony that you adopted, and that's here in Exhibit 103. If you would call that up, Ms. Federico, and particularly go to page 37. And you scroll up to the bottom of the page. Okay, that's good. Down just one line. I got it backwards again. Up. So we get the full, there we go, right there. That's good. Thank you. This is Mr. Is the company's testimony about how the costs and revenues from QTS will be dealt with in rate cases. Is that right?
Do you mind if I just read this real quick, sir?
Oh, sure. Yeah, go ahead.
Is it just this top Q&A?
Just from line 9 to 18 to start with.
Thank you. Okay, thank you.
Okay, so I'm focusing on the point in the first sentence where it says these costs and revenues. This is under the EDR settlement. Our costs and revenues are not treated separately from other customer costs and revenues in rate making proceedings. So that's the procedure you followed for this non-standard EDR contract, right? Or maybe put it this way: you will follow.
The company, yeah, the provision of the EDR settlement, which determined that costs and revenues associated with serving EDR customers need not be segregated, because the revenues being greater than the costs provide a reduction in the revenue deficiency within a rate case. The company proposes the same treatment should be given to the QTS contract.
Okay, we'll get a little more specific if we go to the next Q&A, where it describes that the approach in the EDR settlement will be incorporated for QTS.
Yeah,
read that Q&A as well and help.
yeah, Mr. Federico, if you wouldn't mind scrolling down so we can see that one, please. Thank you. Wonderful. Okay, got it.
Okay, so I just want to get in, figure out, hopefully with a little more detail about how this would work in rate cases. First, you're where we have phase one revenue requirement rate cases, and then phase two cost of service allocation and rate design rate cases, correct?
Yes, sir. That's this Q&A right here is talking about a phase one and phase two at a high level.
Okay, so the first part is about phase one, where the QTS, the cost is required to serve QTS will be incorporated into the rate case revenue requirement calculation. So that's the cost that we talked about in the confidential session, right?
Yes, sir. We talked about the revenue and the cost.
Okay, and then it goes on to say the revenues that you receive from QTS will be treated as a revenue credit in the revenue requirement, correct?
Yes, sir. The difference between the revenue and the costs is a reduction in the revenue deficiency calculated within a phase one rate case.
Okay, so we're just talking about phase one now. Those revenues and costs, well, first foundational question, phase one rate case has a test year concept involved, right?
Yes, sir.
And so the revenues and costs associated with QTS contract that will be incorporated into the revenue requirement will be the revenues and costs during the test year of the phase one case, right?
I think that's a logical conclusion, although I would say that all rate cases are adjudicated, so I think there's still something to be determined there.
No question, but they all have a test year, right? It's just sometimes there's different opinions on test years, and sometimes the commission makes even a third choice on test years, right?
Absolutely, sir. Yep.
So whatever the test year turns out to be, the revenues and costs of serving associated with the QTS contract will be included. That for that test year will be included, right?
I would say whatever the costs are, if they're present, those would be included in the rate case. I think the revenue treatment could possibly be moving around depending on the timing of a rate case, and I would imagine that could be adjudicated.
Well, it says here at the bottom, line 23 on page 37 and continuing to 38. Revenues public service received from QTS will be treated as a revenue credit to the revenue requirement in exclude the parent in future phase one electric rate case, right?
Yes, sir. Absolutely.
So the revenue will be included as well as the costs, right?
Yeah, absolutely. If there's cost present, there will be also revenues that outweigh those costs in the test year.
And those will be revenues and costs for the test year.
Yes,
right?
sir.
Okay. And those will be actual numbers. Whatever the company's numbers are for those costs and revenues for the QTS service for the test year will be those numbers that are included, right?
Yeah, the costs will be the costs and the revenues will be from the QTS bill.
Right. Okay. Now those won't be the projected marginal costs that you've used in this case, right?
That's right, sir.
And they won't be the projected revenues that you have presented in this case, right?
Well, probably not with. Can you rephrase that, sir? I think that's a big question you just asked. There's a lot of moving pieces to that.
Yeah, that's why I'm trying to simplify it. There are lots of moving pieces. From the revenues, you projected a certain load for QTS in each of the 10 years, a certain load factor, and then charges applied to the demand and energy usage, as well as the SMF charges and riders in your projection of revenues. You've done that for every year, right?
Correct.
And whereas here in the rate case, phase one rate case, the revenues that you will include as a credit to the revenue requirement, it says, will be the actual revenues. Whatever the load, QTS load and energy usage is, whatever the riders for that test year are, those will be the numbers that are included as the revenue credit to the
I think
revenue.
That's a well phrased question, sir, and I'm able to follow that. So yes, I think the billing determinants of QTS's load will determine what those revenues are.
Okay, so we'll have the revenue credit from QTS and the cost to provide the service that are included in the non-standard contract. And you say you expect there to be a net positive on the revenue side for all customers, right?
That's what our modeling has shown. Yes.
Yeah, and we'll find out whether that is true and the extent to which it's either true or not when we get to a rate case and find out what those numbers actually are, right?
We're not proposing to revisit those costs within a rate case.
I'm not asking
You're
you
asking
to
me
revisit.
to commit to something that will happen in a rate case that's contrary to what the company's proposal is. I can't do that.
I understand. It's above your pay grade, but and I'm not asking you to commit to some different treatment in a rate case. I'm just asking you what this language in Mr. Wishart's testimony means, and asking you whether it means that the actuals for the test year, for the revenues and the costs will be in there, whatever they are, and whether or not they are the same or different than the projections. Isn't that correct?
Whatever the rate case determines are the costs and revenues will be in that rate case.
Particularly for QTS, right?
The cost to serve QTS will be in the rate case. Then there will also be an assumption of the revenues from QTS in the rate case.
You just said an assumption.
Well,
You
sir,
mean the actual?
Sir, it could be a historical test year. It could be a forecasted test year. It could be a blend of history and forecast. You're asking a very a question that's got a lot of moving pieces to it. So,
Okay, well, that's a good point.
More specific answer.
That's a good point. So if it's a future test year or a blended historic and future test year, the revenues and the costs are partially projected. So that's the assumption you're talking about, right?
Yes. Yes, sir.
Okay, but if it's a historic test year, those are accounting numbers that are recorded for the historic test year, right?
That should be very clear, sir. Yeah.
Okay, but we're not made when you use the word assumption on revenues, you weren't suggesting that the assumptions about revenues presented in this case would be used in the phase one rate case. Isn't that right?
Yes, sir. There's nothing in our application that asking the commission to approve our that the revenues that we forecasted are going to be the exact revenues to expect from QTS by year. They're determined by the projected load of QTS. Likewise, the costs are determined by the projected load of QTS. So those are married.
And as we've already,
to the extent their load changes, the costs will change, and it will also affect the revenues. But we can't give you absolute certainty what exactly what we represented here is exactly how it will transpire by year. This is our best assumption of the load, revenues, and costs.
and that's the problem with the future. Nothing is certain in the future. You can only project, which is why we have to trust, as you agreed earlier in the confidential.
Objection,
session.
Mr. Faneuil's testifying. I think we've.
Faneuil, I feel like we've
questioned
propped this
multiple
horse
times.
I'll sustain the objection. You can ask a question if you need to, but let's move this along.
Okay, now, Mr. Burr, if you look on page 38, line 2, we'll get to the phase 2 rate case. You'd read that actually to the end of the question on line 9, or the end of the answer on line 9.
Yes, sir. Got it.
Okay. Now in phase 2, we're dealing with the overall cost of service, but we're also dealing with the allocation of the cost of service between among rate cases, right?
Right. A phase 2 is not litigating the total cost of service or the jurisdictional cost of service. It's a calculation of how those costs are allocated and ultimately are converted into charges on customers' bills.
Okay. It's allocating the revenue requirement determined in phase one among the customer classes in phase two, right?
Yes, sir. That's a high level what the class cost of service portion of phase two is.
Okay, and the customer class that QTS will be part of is the transmission general class, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
But just clarification, as stated here, their load, customer counts, et cetera, that would impact allocations will be excluded from the class cost of service calculation allocations.
Okay, and that's actually more generally addressing my next question that is specific. So you see, on line 3, it says the phase two case will exclude customer count, monthly peak demands, and the total sales quantities. And those exclusions will be from the description of the TG class during the test year, right?
Yeah, sorry, I think that's a fair description that those are, if they were included, they would be affecting the TG class. If they're excluded, they're not affecting the TG class.
Okay. And then it goes on to say on the end of line 4, QTS revenues will be treated as a revenue credit to the revenue requirement. Does that mean that the QTS revenues will be treated as a credit to the revenue requirement for the TG class?
No, sir. So that's what this distinction yeah, so looking at line 1 and 2, that's the distinction that's being made here with the terminology of present revenue. Present revenue, which is what we're talking about related to the QTS revenue, is not allocated to a customer class, which is a fancy way of saying is we're not going to treat this as present revenue. We're going to treat it as a revenue credit for all customers, not just TG customers.
Okay. Okay, so that's a company-wide credit to the overall revenue requirement, not individualized by rate class, correct?
Correct. It'll be allocated across rate classes.
Okay. And then we talked about the revenue. If we go down to line 6, no, that's not what I need to be. Okay. Gotta get back on track here just a second, if you would. Okay. So we're excluding the customer count, monthly peak demands, and total sales quantities from the cost allocation calculation for the TG class. Yeah. Maybe we're repetitive that I'm doing this as foundation. That's correct, isn't it?
Yes, sir.
Okay, so that means the costs that are associated with those elements of the TG class will be lower to the extent of those exclusions, right?
Well, that's one way to phrase it. The methodology of removing the QTS load from the allocations is to prevent any cost shift across the class. So yeah, if we were to include the QTS load in these allocations, it would increase the costs to the TG class in terms of an allocation. A rate's a different issue, but it would increase their allocation. That's why this particular treatment was settled in the EDR settlement, because this prevents any customer class seeing any rate increase by a cost shift of allocation by the QTS load.
Right.
So
This mechanism,
Yeah.
and this mechanism is intended to prevent that cost shift for the TG class, right?
say that one more time, sir. A little faint.
This
Let me turn up
mechanism,
my volume here real quick, sorry.
okay,
Okay, let's try that.
and this mechanism of excluding the customer count, monthly peak demands, and total sales quantities from the TG class numbers in phase 2 is intended to prevent that cost shift that we're trying to avoid, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And just to try to make this concrete, hypothetically, if the demand for the TG class in a phase 2 rate case in the test year is 100 megawatts with QTS, and QTS is 10, then excluding the monthly peak demand would mean that the TG rate class peak demand would be used at 90 for allocating demand related costs, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Even I can understand that. Now, just one more thing. Ms. Federico, if you scroll down at the bottom of the page, I want to focus on line Q&A at line 15. There, that's good.
You want me to read that?
Yes, if you would.
Okay. Will. Okay, thank you.
Okay. So this asks if the marginal cost calculations for the QTS contract will be reevaluated in subsequent rate case proceedings. The answer is no, as you said before. That doesn't mean, or well, does that mean that the elements of the cost that will be charged to QTS will not be reevaluated with respect to escalation?
I think it's a global statement, sir. The costs of existing EDR contracts won't be revisited after the execution of those contracts, given their length of up to 10 years. It's not something that we can support, and further, we don't feel like it is supported by statute. Now, what this is talking about is within rate cases, we are required to recalculate these rates, and that would affect potential new EDR contracts.
Okay. But for QTS, they won't, the marginal cost calculations will not be reevaluated in subsequent rate cases, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Not after execution.
Oh, okay. As far as the magnitude of those costs with the escalation, that might occur, but the elements will not change.
Yes, I mean, if our rates go up, QTS's revenues will go up. That's true.
Okay. The other thing this means is that there won't be any reevaluation during rate cases to compare the actual with the projection and see if it is accurate or not. It won't be that.
Asked and answered. I don't know how many times we need to ask the same question, but again, I've lost count of how many times we've asked this question.
I'll overrule it. I think he asked in a subsequent rate case, so I'll allow it.
Sir, my response is a global statement. Regardless of the hypothetical you provide, or scenario, we are not proposing to revisit these costs after execution of the contracts, given they're up to 10 years. Businesses need certainty to make their investments in our state for local community benefit and advanced state policy. And our modeling shows that there's headroom which protects customers from cross subsidization. That is supported by EDR statute.
I will let you have the last word on that. I have no more questions.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Fanyo. That gets us to the bottom of the list. Ms. Shields, redirect.
Yes, sir. Mr. Rurup, one follow-up question on that last line of questioning with Mr. Fanyo, and we'll try to go back to the beginning, but he asked about the allocation of QTS revenues in a rate case. You recall that very recent exchange?
Yes, ma'am.
And to clarify, will all customers benefit from QTS revenues in a rate case?
Yes, ma'am.
And in effect, does this mean that QTS's revenues will offset any overall rate increases for customers?
Yes, in a phase one rate case, when the revenue deficiency is calculated, those revenues will decrease that revenue deficiency.
Okay, so
and in a phase two, the treatment's a little bit different as described in my testimony. That's where how costs are allocated and how that revenue will be applied to all customer classes.
okay, including TG customers like Climax Molybdenum.
Yes, ma'am.
All right. I'd like to rewind just a little bit. Yesterday, you received some questions from a couple of different lawyers about the transmission cost adjustment and the purchase capacity cost adjustment, the TCA and PCCA. Do you recall some of that exchange?
Yeah, and we had some today.
Indeed. And to confirm, you modeled and included in the record both a scenario where QTS would pay the TCA and PCCA, as well as a scenario consistent with the company's proposal that they do not pay the TCA and PCCA.
I did. That's in my attachment too. There is a version, I guess it's only an executable version, maybe from what we've learned today, but there is an executable version at a minimum where I demonstrate the revenue change, whether QTS pays the PCCA and the TCA or whether they do not.
Okay. And so to clarify, based on that modeling, if QTS is ordered not to pay the TCA and PCCA, will they pay above the marginal cost to serve?
Yes, ma'am. Actually, if they're ordered to pay the PCCA and the TCA, that is going to increase the revenue from QTS, which increases the safeguards against cross subsidization and increases the net benefits to all other customers.
Okay, and I think you may have gotten ahead of me because this question was if they were not ordered to pay, they will pay above the if they're ordered not to pay the TCA and PCCA, they will pay above the marginal cost.
Yes.
Okay,
Go ahead.
And the next question, if they are ordered to pay the TCA and PCCA, will QTS pay above the marginal cost to serve?
Yes.
Okay.
I think if you'd like me to rephrase my previous statement to be applicable to this question, I can.
Sure.
Okay, so yes, the revenue from QTS would increase, which increases the headroom, or what we call the net benefit of the EDR ECA. That gives customers additional protection against cross subsidization and additional net benefits that will reduce the rates that they will pay.
Thank you. You had an exchange yesterday with Mr. Bunker, I believe, related to some of the indirect costs that are or are not included in the company's marginal cost analysis. And specifically, he asked you about property tax. Do you recall that?
I do.
Okay. Do you consider property tax associated with the QTS transmission facilities an indirect cost or expense?
I do. It's not something we're able to track to that level of detail, similar to the transmission O&M issue.
Okay. Do you recall yesterday indicating that you thought the property tax expense associated with the QTS facilities would be de minimis?
I do.
And could you just help elaborate for us what you define de minimis to mean?
Yes. The overall net benefit of this contract over the life is $60 million. The headroom per year goes up to $7 million. I would say anything less than $1 million would be de minimis.
So you are confident then that regardless of the amount of property tax associated with these transmission facilities, that QTS will pay above the marginal cost to serve?
Yes, I'm confident in that.
Okay. I just asked you a question about indirect costs. To clarify, under the company's requests in this proceeding, will QTS pay all direct costs associated with the new dedicated transmission facilities?
Yes.
All right. I have one other topic. I'd like to revisit some discussion from yesterday regarding the EDR ECA. That's the EDR electric commodity adjustment. Do you recall some discussion yesterday?
I do.
Okay. Is the company proposing, just for clarification, proposing that QTS would pay the is the company proposing to give QTS a discount on the EDR ECA that would be charged to them?
No, ma'am. The EDR ECA is a formula rate within the company's tariff that applies to EDR customers like QTS.
Okay. And just to clarify, what is the EDR ECA intended to recover?
It's the energy costs, the marginal energy costs of serving EDR customers. It acts just like our standard ECA, except it's on a marginal cost basis. And just like our standard ECA, it has a true-up mechanism that ensures that customers pay actual costs.
And so when you say that this is a formula rate, the company is not proposing a fixed numeric value that would be in place for the life of the contract. Is that right?
Yes, so I had an exchange with Mr. Bunker yesterday about what that cost assumption should be. The company's, that particular cost assumption that we put in as a forecast of the revenues and costs was simply an assumption of the EDR ECA, which is a formula rate. What we're proposing is that QTS as a EDR customer pays the EDR ECA. We're not asking for any explicit approval of what that cost is. That was simply an assumption. In actuality, they'll just be paying the EDR ECA, whatever it happens to be.
Okay, thank you. And so that is intended to recover the actual costs of energy to serve EDR customers, correct?
Correct.
I have no further questions.
Okay, Mr. Ruth, thank you for your testimony. You're excused.
Thank you, sir.
And why don't we take our morning break? And we'll come back at 10:30. Okay, are you back with us, Tracy?
I am, Judge.
Thank you. Okay, Mr. Eisenberg, I see video. Are you up next?
Yes, Your Honor, the company would call Parker Rozak as our next witness.
Hey, or morning still, Mr. Rozak. You would please raise your right hand. You swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
I do.
Thank you. Okay, Mr. Eisenberg.
Good morning, Mr. Rozak.
Good morning.
Could you please state and spell your name for the record?
Yeah, it's Stanley Parker Rozak. Last name is Wrozek.
And by whom are you employed and in what capacity?
I'm employed by Xcel Energy Services, and I am the senior manager of transmission line engineering for our Colorado region.
And you caused to be filed in the docket of this case, hearing exhibit 104, which is your direct testimony, and hearing exhibit 107, your rebuttal testimony. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Your Honor, those have been admitted into evidence and the witness is available for cross.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Opp.
Staff waives cross, Your Honor.
Okay, thank you. Ms. Compton, did I see your video? Crampton, sorry.
That's okay, thank you. Yes, Mr. Rozak, I just have a few follow-up questions for you based on your direct testimony, your rebuttal, and then some of the things that have been discussed earlier today, okay?
Sounds good.
And were you here present during Mr. Rurup's testimony, both earlier this morning and yesterday?
I was.
Okay, and did you have an opportunity to hear his testimony?
I did.
Okay. Mr. Rozak, one of the things that you wrote about in your testimony was about a CPCN, is that right?
That is correct.
And you'd agree that the issue of whether a CPCN is necessary for the QTS transmission facilities is an issue that's in dispute in this proceeding.
That is my understanding.
Okay. For example, your colleague, Mr. Wishart, offered testimony that in the company's view, a CPCN was not necessary for this transmission facility.
That's my understanding.
Okay. And you wrote sort of in the alternative, if a CPCN was determined to be required, the reasons why you believed the company had established the CPCN requirements. Is that right?
That is correct. We provided the typical information required in a CPCN, noise and EMF studies, structure type, conductor, ampacity, cost, those types of things that are typical of a CPCN.
Okay. And that tension about whether a CPCN would be required is something that originated from an earlier proceeding, specifically proceeding 22M-0005E. Is that right?
I'm not familiar with which proceeding that was.
Okay. You wrote about an earlier proceeding in your direct testimony.
Okay.
Would it be helpful to take a look at your direct testimony to refresh your recollection?
I'll believe that I wrote that.
Okay. And what that earlier proceeding was about was a case concerning, quote, Project Bronco, which is the QTS transmission facility at issue in this proceeding, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay. And in that earlier proceeding, the commission essentially issued an order directing the issue of whether a CPCN would be required to be resolved in this proceeding. Does that sound familiar to you?
That does sound familiar, yes.
Okay. And specifically what the commission noted is that they characterized this transmission project as a double circuit serving a single customer load.
Sounds right.
Okay. And that would be an element of the bulk electric system. Does that sound familiar?
That does sound familiar.
Okay. And so what the commission concluded was that because it was a double circuit serving a single customer, load that would be part of the bulk electric system that Project Bronco, aka this transmission facility, is not exempt from the requirements of Rule 3206. Is that right?
I'm going to object just in that the decision in that case speaks for itself. And if Ms. Crampton wants to pull it up and refresh Mr. Rozak's recollection of it, we can do that. But I don't think he can testify to the language of what the commission said.
Well, I don't think he didn't have a problem remembering, but I will sustain the objection. The decision speaks for itself.
Okay. If we could pull up hearing exhibit 202, attachment LHS3, and specifically page 3, please. Okay. And Mr. Rozak, I'll just direct your attention to paragraph 11. And let me ask you, are you familiar with this document? Is that as that earlier commission decision regarding Project Bronco?
Yeah, I believe I've read through this, but I don't believe I was part of the earlier decision around Project Bronco.
Okay. And you've read through it because, as we discussed earlier, in your direct testimony that you wrote and filed in this case, you referred to this earlier commission action regarding Project Bronco.
That's correct.
Okay. And in your testimony that you filed in this case, you do not deny that the transmission project here is for 230 kilovolts or greater.
That's correct. It is a 230 kV project.
And likewise, in your testimony, you do not deny that the proposed transmission project is for the double circuit loop.
That is correct.
Okay. And what you talked about in your rebuttal testimony was that you raised concerns about whether a CPCN should be required because of the additional preparation and litigation that the company would have to undertake.
That is in my rebuttal testimony, yes.
Okay. And that this would create a significant additional responsibility. Is that right?
Yes, it takes time to, file the data and file a CPCN.
Okay. And you would agree that we are resolving, or in theory, the ALJ and or the commission will resolve the issue of the CPCN in this proceeding.
That is my understanding, yes.
Okay. And you would agree that whether a CPCN creates additional process or responsibility for the company is not part of the CPCN criteria set forth in the statute or rules.
Yes, that's correct. I mean, the company will comply with CPCN being required if that is determined by the ALJ and the commission staff. I think it is our position that customer-funded projects may be treated differently, and that's what we're trying to get to the bottom of.
Okay. And so if this ALJ determines that a CPCN is required, it's the company's burden to demonstrate it's met the requirements, right?
Yes, exactly. And we did that in our filing.
This determination of whether the company has met its burden, you agree that's a determination for the judge and the commission?
That's correct, yes.
Okay. And it's related to, but separate from the determination of whether to approve the non-standard EDR rates for QTS.
Yes, I believe that the CPCN and the EDR rates are two separate decisions that really don't hinge on each other at all.
And you mentioned this a moment ago, but some of the factors that a judge or the commission should consider for a CPCN are sort of environmental factors like the magnetic field analysis that you mentioned.
Yep, that's correct.
Okay. Likewise, the audible noise analysis.
Correct.
And additional environmental factors that are implicated by this transmission facility is whether this additional load created by the EDR contract with QTS would impact the company's ability to meet the state's emission reduction goals. Is that right?
Objection beyond the scope of Mr. Rozak's direct or rebuttal testimony.
Frampton?
Your Honor, I respectfully disagree. Mr. Rozak has testified that he provided both direct and rebuttal testimony about the CPCN, why the company believed that it had met those requirements. I asked him a moment ago about environmental considerations that factor into that determination. Ultimately, whether to approve whether a CPCN is required, and then whether to approve a CPCN is a decision that will have to be made in accordance with whether this is in the public interest. And so I think questions concerning environmental impact of this proposed transmission project are relevant to that consideration.
May I respond?
You may.
So those are not factors that are relevant to the CPCN determination. And the question that Mr. Rozak answered was related to the specific rules relating to noise and magnetic fields, which I don't believe UCA has disputed Mr. Rozak's analysis. Beyond that, he's not offered any testimony related to any other environmental factors.
We'll sustain the objection. You might can rephrase, but yeah, I think he was addressing the rules.
Mr. Rozak, did you author or did you provide any responses to discovery inquiries regarding emissions that may be associated with the additional load from this transmission facility?
Objections beyond the scope of his direct and rebuttal testimony.
Your Honor,
I'll overrule that. You can answer that question.
Yeah, I do not believe I was the sponsor of any of the answer or the discovery surrounding any emissions. I may have been on the same line of questioning. Sometimes there's many questions within one discovery question. And so multiple names may be on the discovery, but I would not have been the person answering anything regarding emissions, I believe.
Okay. And Mr. Rozak, would it be perhaps helpful to look at a discovery response that has your name attached to it to see if that was something you sponsored?
Yes, if you have specific questions, I'm happy to look at them.
Sure. If we could pull up from UCA Box, hearing exhibit 213, please. And if we could, and Mr. Rozak, you agree that this is a discovery question posed by the UCA regarding your direct testimony, is that right?
We scroll down and see the entire thing so you can read it, please. Thank you.
That appears.
Sorry, it's. Oh, if you need me to scroll to the next page, let me know.
Yeah, I think she was asking about the first part there, directing it towards my testimony.
Yeah, and just to clarify, this was a question related to your direct testimony.
That is correct.
Okay, and if we could scroll down to that next page. Okay, and then there you saw, Mr. Rozak, there were responses provided by the company.
Yep, that is correct.
Okay, and you were one of the sponsors. That's
correct. Like I mentioned, it looks like it's a multi-part question, so we may need multiple sponsors to answer it appropriately.
Okay. And if we could just scroll back up, these were questions about the anticipated impact of emissions associated with the QTS Aurora campus project. Is that right?
So if you're referring to part B of the question, I would suggest you should have asked that to Mr. Rurup, as he was probably the sponsor adopting Mr. Wishart's testimony.
Well, let me ask you this, Mr. Rozak. Public Service didn't indicate in its response which sponsor was sponsoring which response, right?
I'm going to object to this. He said that Mr. Wishart was the sponsor of Part B. It actually says Mr. Wishart's name in Part B, and there's been a couple hours of questioning to the appropriate witnesses, about those topics, and it's just beyond the scope of his direct rebuttal, and as he said, it's beyond the scope of the part of the response that he sponsored here.
There's no indication, excuse me, but there's no indication as to which portions he's sponsoring and not sponsoring. That's one issue. However, he really can't testify to the beyond what he's familiar with and knows. So if it's a portion that Mr. Wishart testified to, he doesn't have the foundation to testify about it. And Mr. Rurup did adopt portions of his testimony, as did another witness. So,
yeah, I think I can maybe resolve this issue. I would move to admit hearing exhibit 213.
Any objection, Mr. Eisenberg?
I object in that she hasn't laid a foundation that he's the sponsor of any particular part of this discovery response that she wants an answer to. And she should have brought this up with the appropriate witness, which was Mr. Rurup or perhaps Mr. Bailey.
Well, I'm going to overrule that objection because she has laid the foundation with this witness as to a portion of the document. So I'll allow the whole document. And exhibit 213 will be admitted.
Your Honor, I don't have any further questions for this witness.
Thank you. Mr. Rushoff.
Yes, thank you, Your Honor. Mr. Rozak, nice to meet you. My name is Austin Rushoff, and I'm representing CEC in this proceeding.
Good morning.
Good morning. I have hopefully just a few questions for you. I'd like to start by looking at your hearing exhibit 107, which is your rebuttal testimony. You turn to page 11. I'd like to scroll down a little bit to see the whole Q&A that begins on line 4, please. I guess as much of it as we can.
I can either make it really small, or you can just tell me to scroll.
Yeah, let's just get lines 4 through 18 on there. How about that?
Mr. Rozak, you feel free to ask to see the entire response.
Yes, absolutely.
Thank you, Judge.
So the question here is, how do you respond to staff witness Mr. Dalton's statement about unknown bulk system upgrades needed to serve the Aurora QTS campus? Your answer is Mr. Dalton's speculation about the potential for unknown future network upgrades has no basis in fact. In evaluating a new customer interconnection request, the company's transmission planning analysis is not limited to merely identifying the facilities needed to create a physical connection to public services transmission system. The company also evaluates.
Rushoff, let me interrupt you. This is a piece of evidence. How long are we going to read? It's in the record.
Okay. Mr. Rozak, can you please review your response here? So I want to ask a few questions about it.
Okay, yeah, I've read through line 18, I believe you mentioned, so.
Okay, yeah, and specifically, on line 13 there, sort of in the middle, you say, through this analysis, the company affirmatively determined that no network upgrades will be needed to serve the Aurora QTS campus. Is that right?
That is correct.
Okay. If we could please pull from the box hearing exhibit 504 from CEC's box. And this is the company's response to discovery request CEC 1-5. Unfortunately, it looks like you're the only sponsor of this. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay. I'd like to move for the admission of hearing exhibit 504.
Any objection to the admission of exhibit 504?
No objection.
504 is admitted.
Okay. And if you could please briefly review this discovery request and response and let me know when you've done that.
Yep, go ahead.
Okay. So the question essentially is, will the company's existing transmission system be used to transmit electricity from the company's generation resources to QTS's dedicated transmission facilities? And your answer is yes, because the generating resources are not on site, electric generation will need to be delivered to the customer utilizing the existing transmission network. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Okay. I'd also like to look at hearing exhibit 505, which is another CEC discovery response. And if we could scroll down. Again, it looks like you're the sponsor of this. Can you please review and confirm you're familiar with this discovery response?
Yeah, you can go ahead.
Okay. I'd like to move for the admission of this hearing exhibit as well, 505.
Any objection to the admission of exhibit 505?
No objection.
505 is admitted.
And without reading the whole thing, the question here is basically whether transmitting generation capacity to QTS will reduce the available capacity on PSCo's transmission system. And your answer, you says, well, the company has not run a special study. Generally speaking, and conceptually, yes, transmitting electricity to the QTS facility will likely reduce the available capacity on the transmission system. Is that right?
That is correct.
Okay. And I believe you were asked earlier, but it sounds like you were listening to the hearing yesterday and my cross-examination of Mr. Rurup.
That's correct.
Okay. And in part of that cross-examination, we discussed the company's significant recent and future transmission investments, specifically the Colorado Power Pathway Project, and then $2 billion or so in transmission upgrades that are part of the clean energy plan. Are you familiar with those transmission projects?
I am.
Okay. And would you agree with me that these investments, both the Power Pathway Project and future contemplated transmission upgrades as part of the clean energy plan, those investments will, at least in part, be used to deliver electricity to QTS? Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Those are all my questions.
Okay, thank you. And Mr. Fanyo. Mr. Fanyo, are you still
I don't
with
think Mr. Fanyo had any time for Mr. Rozak on the matrix.
Oh, my apologies. There's a zero there. Okay, there we go. Okay, any redirect?
Did you have any questions for the witness, Your Honor?
I do not, thank you.
No redirect. Mr. Rozak, thank you very much for your time this morning.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Rozak. You're excused. Okay, Mr. Eisenberg. You're muted.
Across field.
Your Honor, at this point, the company would rest its affirmative portion of its case.
Thank you. Okay. Mr. Opp.
Staff calls Fiona Segala to the stand.
Thank you. Good morning, Ms. Scala. If you would please raise your right hand. Do you
Good
swear to
morning.
do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you.
Good morning, Mr. Segala. Can you please state and spell your first and last name for the record?
Good morning. My name is Fiona Segala. That's spelled Fiona Sigalla.
Okay, her answer testimony has already been admitted. That's hearing exhibit 300. She's available for cross-examination.
Why don't we address before we get going and while we're all here, have you had a chance to address confidential the public versions not filed by attachment FDS1 and FDS14 to Ms. Segala's testimony?
Yeah, we put those in our box.
Okay, Ms. Federico, can you bring those up for me? Bring up FDS1 first, please. And I see at the top of the screen, this is page 1 of 1. Mr. Opp, I'm looking at the confidential document. Obviously, we're in a public session. I don't want to disclose any confidential information, and I'm not asking you to, so please be careful. If you would please pull up the confidential version, not you, Ms. Federico, but Mr. Opp, you take a look at a copy of your witness's exhibit. That was FDS1. Are you looking at that document?
Yeah, let's see, FDS1. Oh, I see what's going on. I guess my, looks like there was a miscommunication between me and my assistant. I apologize.
Is there, if there's anything you see on page 1 of that confidential document that is confidential in fact, or you're claiming you have already claimed confidential, is there any portion of just identified by line or first word?
On the first page, no, it refers to the confidential attachments, which they themselves are attached. They themselves are confidential, and they were designated confidential by I'm sure it was something, the attachments themselves are confidential. But the response itself, no, it just says, please refer to confidential attachment CPUC 2-18-A1 and confidential attachment CPUC 2-18A2.
And Ms. Federico, if you would pull up the public version, put it in box.com for FDS 14. I again see a 1-page document. Would you take a look at the confidential version of that document with me, Mr. Opp?
Yeah, let me pull that up. Okay. Oh. Okay. Well,
And I have the same problem as I go through for the first 2 pages for sure. Can you point to anything in the first 2 pages of that document that are confidential? In fact, again, they've already been claimed confidential.
right. Okay. Yeah, in terms of the attachments, the first page, no, but in terms of the attachments, yes. All right, I'll follow up. I see what the issue is.
Okay, at this point, I'm going to let you know that I don't believe you're in compliance with the commission's rules of practice and procedure, and your confidentiality claim is not supported by the commission's rules as in the manner you have presented it here. So the way we're going to proceed is, for the moment, I've got these two confidential documents. They are listed on Exhibit 700. They are currently in the record, as we have also addressed. There is no public version filed. There was not a public version filed when they were due. And there is still not a public version available that would appear appropriate. So we're going to proceed with this testimony. But if this is not fixed by the end of the hearing, I'm going to strike Ms. Segala's testimony, these attachments and the references to them. Do you understand?
I do.
Thank you. So that with that condition, we will proceed.
So Ms. Segala is available for cross-examination.
Thank you. Okay. And we start with Mr. Valentine.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning, Ms. Segala. I am Mark Valentine, and I am here on behalf of QTS.
Good morning.
Just to start off, a couple of questions about your statement of qualifications. Your statement of qualifications indicates that you have not worked for data center companies. Is that right?
That is correct.
And, you know, in reality, there are relatively new phenomena, perhaps an attempt to keep up with a digitization of our world. Would you agree with that?
I think that that the term relatively new would need to be defined. I mean, relatively new over the past 20 years, perhaps, not relatively new over the past 2 years.
Fair enough. So you've not ever been involved with the negotiation or operation of a commercial lease for data centers. That's right, isn't it?
That's correct.
Okay. And so you don't really have any familiarity with how these leases work, do you?
I have not been involved with the negotiation of a data center lease. So
okay.
I'm sure there are things about it I don't understand.
Okay. So when you testify then about the opportunity for what you call arbitrage in your answer testimony, you don't really know that this is something that could occur, right?
I'm an economist, and that's what economists do, is they look at prices and competition and, you know, things like evaluating competition and how differences in prices might affect competition is part of being an expert as an economist, to be able to evaluate those things.
Okay, and so your statement then is a theoretical statement. It's not really based on the practicalities of the data center market, is it?
I respectfully disagree with that. The economists base their theories on evidence and facts, and so the economist profession would say that by giving QTS a lower price for electricity, it would give them the opportunity to profit off of renting tenant space.
Now, earlier, somebody testified that might in fact be called a competitive advantage. Were you here for that?
Yes, I believe that. Yes, I did hear that testimony.
Okay. I'd like to turn to page 27 of your answer testimony. If we could call that up, please. Okay, page 27. And if we could scroll down to line 13. Okay, and then starting on line 14 here, you say you provide some information from the QTS website. And the information is about the Denver facility. And you make some conclusions based on those criteria. If we could scroll to the next page. And then on line, if you could review these items from the website, that would be helpful.
Are you asking me to read my testimony?
Not
Or-
read it, just review it, and so you're familiar with those items from the website.
Yes, I am familiar with that.
Okay, thank you. And so then on line 13 to 14, you indicate that it appears as if the choice of location is not dependent on the success or failure of this application. And that conclusion is based on these points from the website, right?
That conclusion is based on a number of factors, including things that I provided in Q&As above this section, which includes the Cushman and Wakefield valuation that included that they had purchased the land and the significance of that. But certainly the fact that they're advertising it and scheduling tours suggests as if they have made a substantial investment regardless of whether the application is approved or not.
Okay, well, let me ask you some specific questions then, and we'll get to the land portion of it. Is it your testimony that having a flexible space for its customers means that the availability of the EDR was not a critical factor in locating in Aurora?
The information that I provided from what was on the website was to try to help the commission make its decision based on the information that was there. I included the word flexible because I was trying not to edit the sentences as I regurgitated them to the commission. Part of the reason why I provided this information was not only to provide the detail of the 67 acres, but the planned power of 177 megawatts, because I believe that was higher than was publicly provided in the commission application. So I just felt it was important for the commission to be aware that what QTS was telling its customers had more detail and information than what was provided in this application.
Let me ask you a different question. Do you believe that the access to fiber optic cable means that the availability of the EDR is not a critical factor in deciding to locate in Aurora?
I'm sorry, I'm pausing to think for a minute because I don't believe that I directly linked those two. I provided the information to the commission that QTS found a lot of positive features of Aurora significant to its location. I'm not sure that I drew the conclusion that it was related to the EDR rate. So I'm sorry, Mr. Valentine, I'm not sure exactly how you linked those two.
Well, I'm just linking it because you have these excerpts here, and then your conclusion is that the EDR rate was not a critical factor. I mean, I'm just following the progression of your testimony. Let me ask you something a little bit, I think, that is more to your point. You state that there is evidence that QTS has already purchased the land. So is your testimony that the purchase of the land means that the EDR rate was not a critical factor in selecting Aurora?
I am providing information to the commission to help them make their decision. I found the steps that QTS had already taken towards development of the facility and contract provisions suggested that the facility was going to go ahead with or without the EDR rate, which the company has confirmed in rebuttal testimony. So I believe my testimony was accurate in drawing that conclusion because it has since been confirmed.
Well, so is it staff's position then that to prove eligibility for the EDR, an industrial customer can't begin to develop the project before the EDR rate is granted?
No, staff is not prejudging future applications. Staff is merely providing the information that I think is relevant for the commission to be aware. That's our job, to provide information to help the commission make its decision. But
it is your recommendation that based on all of these factors we've been discussing, that the application should be denied. Isn't that right?
No, that's not correct. That's one of many factors that are detailed in all of my testimony. If you'd like me to review all the reasons why we think the application should be denied, I'd be happy to do that. But certainly this was some information that contributed to my conclusion, but there was a lot of other information in my testimony.
Okay, let's go to some of that. Let's go to page 28, line 22, please. Okay. Here you discuss the commission decision C21033 in proceeding 23A-0330E, and you have an excerpt from that decision. I think that you conclude from that decision that the commission is interested in EDR rates for economically depressed areas. Is that right?
If you could please scroll down just a little bit to the top of the next page so we can see the complete. Thank you. Well, you can go back up if you need to a little bit, but I wanted the end of that sentence to be included in what we're discussing, because I thought that commission decision made it clear that the commission believes it has broad general authority to make judgments about whether the EDR is promoting growth in economically depressed areas.
Okay, but I think you would also agree with me that the commission concluded in that decision that it could not limit the geographic scope of an EDR application to what you call a depressed area of the state. Isn't that right?
No, I disagree with that conclusion, Mr. Valentine. They looked at, I don't know, can't recall if you were in that proceeding, but there was a settlement that excluded that provision to leave that up to the commission, and the commission reviewed some competing theories for how it should be evaluating this. And the commission concluded that it wasn't very happy or didn't feel comfortable with the options available. I believe one commissioner dissented on this very point, but I believe this sentence is important because it says, while I believe the gist of the whole decision to this point was that while we couldn't decide how we should do this, we do think we have the authority to do it.
Okay, and I think that you will also acknowledge that the commission indicated in that decision that the statute appears designed to allow public service to compete with other states, not to support distressed areas of Colorado, right?
Again, I think that you're right about the first part about what you're saying, that the statute is designed, the decision did say that, but and this is my interpretation, is that the statute does, in my opinion, I'm not a lawyer, is not saying that every new customer should be eligible for the EDR. And I'm coming to that conclusion in part because the last part of this sentence says that the commission believes it has broad authority along the lines, even though it wasn't sure how to encourage growth in economically depressed areas. So how I read that is that means that yes, they're trying to provide a competitive advantage for the state of Colorado compared to other states. However, that doesn't mean that the commission has to provide the EDR rate to any and all customers that come to the state that meet the other criterion of the EDR rate.
Okay, and in fact, in that decision, the commission was concerned by testimony that was provided that the 3 megawatt minimum in the statute wouldn't be met outside of the Denver metro area. Isn't that right?
That's correct.
Okay. You agree here that QTS is responsible for the transmission line extension costs that are at issue, don't you?
I agree that there is a particular loop that is necessary to serve QTS, and QTS is intending to pay for that loop. It's unclear if they will be helping to pay for other transmission that will be necessary to serve them.
But that's the transmission line that's required to be built pursuant to the company's and pursuant to the company's tariff. QTS has to pay for that line, right?
They have to pay for the specific loop that is going to be used only by QTS.
Okay. And I think you would agree with me that obviously QTS is responsible for building its own facility in Aurora.
That's correct.
And it will be QTS that's responsible for paying the electric bill, right? It'll be QTS's load.
That is how QTS has proposed this application. That's correct.
Okay, and that's like any other master meter operator, right? It's the master meter operator that's responsible for paying the bill, isn't that right?
That's my understanding. I'm not an expert on master meter operators. If you have more detailed questions, I'd suggest you ask those of Mr. Dalton.
Okay.
But
okay.
That's my understanding.
Now, one of your arguments is that QTS has too small a load and therefore does not qualify for the EDR rate, right?
That's correct.
But then let's turn to page 37, line 14, please. Okay. Here the question is staff concerned about the unintended consequences about authorizing the EDR for such a sizable load, right? And your answer is yes. And so, you go on to discuss that there could be unintended consequences due to the magnitude of this load, right?
That's correct.
Okay, and those are discussed in more detail by Mr. Dalton, but they include resource planning issues, green energy issues, and emissions concerns, right?
That's correct.
Okay, now the commission holds resource planning proceedings, right?
That's my understanding, and if you have more detailed questions about that, I'd encourage you to ask Ms. O'Neill about the resource planning.
And it holds renewable energy standard proceedings, right?
That's my understanding. And if you have more questions about that, I'd encourage you to ask Mr. Dalton about that.
I will. That's why I'm asking you these basic questions. And from the big picture, public service is required to meet the commission and the state's carbon reduction goals, right?
That is correct.
And it's required to meet its native load, right?
I encourage you to ask these questions of Ms. O'Neill.
Okay, let me ask you this. Can the commission take steps to be sure that the company fulfills its regulatory obligations?
I'm gonna object. That's kind of a vague question.
I'll withdraw it. That's all I have. Thank you, Ms. Segala.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Valentine. And Ms. Shields.
Good morning, Ms. Segala. I'm Caitlin Shields. How are you?
Good morning. I'm good. How are you?
I'm good. I'm smiling because I think the last time you and I met was in 2021 when we were discussing the standard economic development rate filing 23A-0330E. So it's good to see you again. Now, looking back on our encounter and that proceeding, which has come up, you've been listening to a good bit of the testimony throughout the course of this proceeding, correct?
That's correct.
And now reflecting on where we're at today, is it fair to say you don't really like the EDR statute?
No, I don't think it's fair to say that.
Okay. Just making sure. Now, I mean, turning to this case though, in reviewing your testimony, is it fair to say though that your position is that public service has not met its burden of proving that QTS qualifies for an economic development rate?
That's correct.
Okay. And would you agree that House Bill 18-1271 sets forth the standards that public service must prove in order for this customer to receive an economic development rate?
I think that's one of the places where there are provisions that public service might prove, but certainly the commission has also through that prior proceeding placed restrictions on all EDR contracts, and commission also has general rules that have to be followed.
Indeed. And so that last proceeding that we were involved in, I understand that there may be some disagreement between the parties regarding the extent to which the settlement applies to this case. But it sounds like you agree at least some of the elements of that settlement may apply here.
That's correct. I think that from my perspective, when I think about that proceeding, we spent quite a bit of time talking about the provisions that were necessary for the standard EDR, and the commission decision really focused more on the standard EDR to the extent that they put a cap on the load. And so this application is substantially different, I think, than what the commission considered in that prior proceeding.
Understood. And you said we did spend a lot of time working through that settlement agreement in that proceeding. And would you agree, though, that at least there's some relevant guidance and there's at least reason to look to that settlement agreement as we're thinking through how this application should be viewed and perceived?
But possibly, I think throughout this proceeding that the company has done a little bit of cherry picking of what they want to apply to this application and what they don't. But so that's part of what we're disagreeing about.
Understood. The settlement agreement, is it fair to say, though, that sets forth provisions that go above and beyond and that are more detailed than the elements of the EDR statute?
I'm gonna object. If we want to compare the settlement agreement to the statute, we can pull them up, but I think just saying that as a general matter without any specific references is a little, I object to that type of a question.
Ms. Segala speaks at length. She was a party to the last proceeding. She was a party to the settlement agreement. And she speaks at length about both the statute and the settlement agreement. And she's already agreed that it at least provides some degree of reasonable guidance here. So I'm struggling to see how it's not a relevant or fair question.
There's a question asked in general, does it have some things that go beyond that? I think it would be a little bit easier and better for the record if we compare specifics between those specific things to the statute is what you asked. That's all my point is.
At this point, I might have forgotten the question myself. So what I'm going to do is sustain the objection and ask you to rephrase, perhaps, Ms. Shields, and let's try again.
Sure. Well, I think with that, maybe we can turn to some of Ms. Segala's testimony. If we could look at her answer testimony, hearing exhibit 300, that's her answer testimony, pages 6 to 7. And Ms. Segala, on both of these pages, you list a number of, I'll call them bullet points. Is it fair to say this is a summary of the reasons that you think the company's application should be denied?
That's correct.
Okay. And so I'm not going to repeat each and every one of these, but this is a bit of a roadmap. I kind of want to walk through a couple of these reasons that you cite to. The first element regarding the cost of electricity being a substantial factor in the customer's decision to locate in Colorado. And it's your position that the EDR, ESA, that Public Service and QTS have negotiated, that EDR does not appear to be a substantial factor in QTS's decision to locate here. Is that right?
That it does not appear to be a substantial factor. That's correct.
And this is relevant because the EDR statute requires a showing that the EDR is a substantial factor in their decision to locate here in Colorado.
That's correct.
Okay. Could we pull up hearing exhibit 152? This is the EDR statute, HB 18-1271. And if we could scroll to page 5. Now, this is already in the record. Ms. Segala, does this look familiar to you?
It does.
And if we could scroll just a little bit, there's a capital B in the middle of the page. And in that first line, is it true the statute that the qualifying customer must first and foremost prove to the satisfaction of the investor-owned utility that the availability of an economic development rate is a substantial factor in their decision to locate in Colorado?
Jack, I mean, we've done this before. The statute says what it says. Asking her to now then review it and go through it, I think these are legal questions that belong in an SO statement of position.
Well, I'll say the statute does speak for itself. So maybe we can move to the next question.
Sure. Well, and I'd simply respond in that the company takes the position that Ms. Segala's testimony and position is inconsistent with the statute. And so I think it's absolutely fair for us to explore her consistency with the statute, and particularly interpreting what the statute means.
I'm not going to say where we're going from here, but then ask her that question, not the one you did.
Sure. So, Ms. Segala, do you take issue with whether or not QTS has demonstrated to Public Service's satisfaction that the EDR was a substantial factor in its decision to locate here in Colorado?
I can't speak for what Public Service evaluated or concluded. I believe we all are aware that Public Service has supported this application because it was filed, but that's the only information that I have regarding that.
And the statute, you're not aware of any language in the statute that elaborates on what it means to be a substantial factor in the customer's decision to locate in Colorado.
Object. If she wants to point to a point in the statute or lack thereof, that'd be fine. But since we're now going through the statute, let's see what that it says.
I think I'll overrule the objection. She asked if she's aware of anything else in the statute.
I'm unaware of anything else in the statute.
Now, do you recall back in 23A-0330E that one of the things that we agreed to was in order to demonstrate that the economic development rate and the cost of electricity was a critical consideration, was we requested that standard customers make a showing through a sworn affidavit. Do you recall that?
Yeah, I do recall that because I was trying to figure out whether QTS had provided a sworn affidavit in this proceeding.
Sure. Well, you recall that there's sworn testimony on the record, and we have sworn testimony hearing from Mr. Travis Wright from QTS. Do you recall that?
Yeah, I recall that. I'm not a lawyer, so I couldn't speak to whether that's an affidavit or not.
Understood. And now, kind of going back to the substantial factor, back in that proceeding, what we agreed to was that for standard customers, that if they attest that the cost of electricity would constitute at least 5% of the operating costs for their new operations, that would be a reasonable way to demonstrate that electricity was a critical consideration and substantial factor.
I'm objecting. The settlement agreement's part of the record. I think we should pull it up and point to these areas in the settlement agreement, which speak for themselves.
I'd be happy to. If we could pull up hearing exhibit 204, and I'm trying, this is a copy UCA file, my page numbering might be just a little bit off. I'm looking at page 4 of the settlement agreement. I believe that's going to be 37 in hearing exhibit 204. And let's see if we could scroll down a little bit. Okay. So this last paragraph. So, Ms. Segal, you do you recall this portion of the settlement agreement that we agreed to in that proceeding? What I'll call it the 5% test.
I have read the settlement agreement as I worked on my testimony, so I'm familiar with it, but I haven't yet found that portion. Oh, I see it now. I just would need to review the portion that you're highlighting here. That's right. It will constitute at least 5% of the operating costs for the new or expanded operations subject to the EDR discount.
Okay. And to be clear, I'm not trying to fight over whether or not this provision technically applies here. All I want to make sure is that we're aware this was the provision that we adopted in that proceeding to prove that electricity is a critical consideration and substantial factor.
For standard.
I guess I object to that statement, used to prove. Again, those are legal, that's her interpretation. I mean, and that's up to the ALJ to consider. So I'm just trying to be careful here on what the record says and what she's agreeing to and not agreeing to. So the idea, objecting to the form of the question when it says prove. So, because I don't see prove in the
I'm sorry, I think there was some chatter over one another, but I would respond again. Ms. Segal was a party to this proceeding. She signed off on this settlement agreement, and she has asserted here that electricity is not a substantial factor in the customer's decision to locate here in Colorado. So, I think it's absolutely fair to explore what we agreed to there and, the facts at issue here.
But I'll sustain the objection as to what's proof. I'll let you. I'm not saying anyway. So I'm sustaining that objection.
Okay. So, Ms. Segal, you do not take issue with what I would call this 5% test that was agreed that this is something that was agreed to in the settlement agreement that was approved by the commission, correct?
Again, I think that this is a little bit of cherry picking. There were a number of provisions that were agreed to for standard EDR contracts between 3 and not more than 20 megawatts. The overall megawatts approved under those provisions was much less than what's being requested here. So
understood. I'm just focusing on one element of your testimony. I understand.
Hearing.
So now, are you have you read Mr. Wright's testimony in this proceeding?
Yes, I did.
Okay. Do you recall that he testified under his sworn testimony that approximately 40% of QTS's campus operational expense will be utilities, with electricity the largest component?
I'm sorry, but I'm not entirely sure what you're asking. I recall the discovery response where they said that the QTS load itself would be de minimis. Is that what you're referring to? Is the de minimis load that QTS themselves would have?
No, I'd be happy. Excuse me.
Sorry.
I'd be happy to bring up Mr. Wright's testimony. Hearing Exhibit 102, the direct testimony of Travis Wright, and looking at page 11. Okay, and if we could, let's see, actually, if we could go to page 10, I might be on the page before this, and scroll down a little bit. Yes. So lines 20 to 23, he testifies about 40% of the operational expense will be attributed to utilities, electric being the largest component. Do you have any reason to dispute this testimony from Mr. Wright?
This is speculative. The company has not, not the company, QTS has not provided any, the testimony from the company is that QTS does not currently have tenants. So
that's not the question. Mr. Wright is the Vice President of Energy and Sustainability for QTS. And what I'm asking, do you have any reason to dispute or any evidence to dispute his statement that approximately 40% of the campus's operational expense will be attributed to utilities?
In this proceeding, Mr. Wright has testified that that's his expectation, and I'm not questioning his expectation. However, there is no way to prove that because those tenants are speculative at this point.
I hear the labor. All I'm asking, you have no reason to dispute his statement here.
I'm sure that he believes his testimony is accurate.
So going toward the point that you just raised, we can go there, which is that you're concerned they don't have any tenants. And so what I'm a little bit worried about is that if you take that logic tied with some of your other testimony, the end of the conclusion, there's a chicken and egg problem, because on the one hand, you suggest QTS should not have purchased land.
I think that I did not suggest they should not have purchased land.
Okay. And on the one hand, then, is it that you're concerned that electricity was not a substantial consideration because they've already purchased land?
I think you're misconstruing my testimony.
Okay. Well, you raised concerns with the fact that QTS has purchased land, that they have started construction, and that they're offering tours on that land. Is that right?
Those concerns are related to the question of whether the EDR is a substantial factor in their decision to locate or expand their business in Colorado. We have many questions on the table here.
And then at the same time, so you raise questions with the steps that they've taken to start construction of the facility. And yet on the flip side, you're concerned that they have not gone out yet to procure clients or tenants. Is that right?
I believe they are trying to procure tenants because they're advertising it on their website and they are giving tours. So certainly I don't know what they know about who their prospective tenants would be, because they have only provided to us that they do not yet have any tenants. And so there is a little bit of a chicken and egg problem here, because the company is requesting an EDR rate without providing to the commission information about who's actually going to be using the EDR rate.
Sure. And so what I'm hearing, what I'm hearing, or what I'm interpreting from you is if QTS really wanted this economic development rate discount, they should have waited to buy the land, waited to advertise, and yet at the same time started contracting with all of their tenants so that they could fulfill their load obligations under the contract.
My conclusion is that the company has not met its burden of proof that this application meets the EDR. That's as far as I've gone with my conclusions.
Okay. Now, talking about the tenant arrangement, I think you take issue with the fact that they are going to lease space to tenants at their facilities, and you claim that QTS itself will have de minimis load. Is that correct?
I don't claim that. The company provided that information in a discovery response.
Okay,
that's attached to my testimony.
Okay, but that's correct. That is a concern of yours, is that they will lease space to tenants and they will have de minimis load.
My concern is that this application has only provided a customer that has de minimis load and has not provided customers for what is alleged to be a massive additional amount of load, which seems reasonable given the investment that's being proposed. But I'm merely accurately portraying to the commission that we do not have any information about who QTS intends to resell electricity to.
Now, we'll get there in a moment. You agree QTS will be the customer of public service, though, right? QTS's tenants. You're not asserting that QTS's tenants are going to be customers of public service.
Public service has requested in this application that QTS be a master meter operator and would be the public service customer. That's how the application has been presented.
Okay. And in fact, the EDR ESA, it's only between public service and QTS. Is that correct?
That's the way the application has been provided.
Okay. And are you aware that the EDR discount cannot begin until the QTS facility has achieved at least 20 megawatts of load?
Yes, it's my understanding that the EDR rate would not be used until there's some unknown company that contracts with QTS.
But QTS is the counterparty taking on the burden of bringing that load to public services system, right?
That's right. QTS is the one reselling the electricity to this unknown company.
Okay. Now, you mentioned master meter operator. Do you see, do you see the phrase master meter operator appear anywhere in the EDR statute?
I don't recall that.
Okay,
No.
so if I were to tell you that I ran a control find and I did not see it appear anywhere, you would have no reason to disagree that the statute is silent.
That's correct.
Okay. In fact, all the EDR statute requires is that a customer be a commercial or industrial customer, correct?
I believe that is correct.
Okay.
Yeah, I believe that the provision regarding reselling electricity is one of the cherries that have been agreed to for the standard EDR customers.
Yeah. If we could pull up hearing exhibit 154. And does this document look familiar to you? I will let you know this is an excerpt from the commission's electric rules. These are the commission's master meter operator rules. Does this look familiar to you?
Yes, it looks familiar to me, and I'm certainly in a position to try and help answer your questions, although Mr. Dalton is our expert on master meter operators.
Okay, thank you. And I don't have a lot of questions on this, but I would like to move for administrative notice of this portion of the commission's rules into the record.
Any objection to the admission of exhibit 154 by administrative notice?
No objection.
Exhibit 154 is admitted.
Okay. Now if
excuse me, let me interrupt, but just so if you would, Ms. Federico, let's scroll through the document. Thank you.
all right, we can scroll to the top if we need to reference the rules, we will. Hopefully we can avoid reading them out loud. Now, do you agree that the commission's rules require that a master meter only charge its end users the actual cost of electricity?
Can you maybe go to that particular rule so we can read that together?
Absolutely. If we could look at rule 3803. And I'm looking at A1.
So, I believe if I recall your question correctly, that is correct that the master meter operator must charge the end user the actual cost.
Okay. And I just want to clarify something. I think a few moments ago, you made a statement about QTS perhaps reselling electricity. And I just wanted to clarify, do you contend that QTS will resell electricity?
Again, I'm an economist, and so in my opinion, what they're doing is they're reselling it for the price that they purchased it for.
Okay. And just to clarify, we may be talking a little bit past each other. If we could pull up hearing exhibit 114 from box.com. All right, and this is a discovery response public service to staff 16. And I see your name as the sponsor. Does this look familiar to you?
That's correct, yes.
Okay. And in this response, you indicate no, staff does not contend QTS will be in the business of reselling electricity.
That's right. And perhaps I should have revised this response because since I obtained this question, it was certainly not something that I directly referenced in my testimony. I've done some more research, and typically when one thinks about reselling one thinks about purchasing it for one price and selling it for another price. In this instance, I would say no, that QTS is not going to purchase it for one price and sell it for another price. However, in my opinion, the term reselling includes purchasing it for one price and selling it for the same price. So perhaps I should have been more explicit in my response.
Okay, and are you aware that the definition of a wholesale transaction is a sale for resale?
No, that again, I'm speaking as an economist, and if there are more detailed questions about the operations of master meters, you'd need to speak with Mr. Dalton.
Sure, but it's not your position that QTS will become a wholesale provider, is that right?
I'm afraid I'll repeat my answer. That's not my area of expertise. I'm speaking here to this application and my understanding of this application. And if you want more details about that, Mr. Dalton might be in a better position to provide that answer.
Understood. I did not see the word wholesale appear anywhere in your testimony, so I'm just confirming it is not, you're not alleging that QTS is going to become a wholesale customer.
It's not something I evaluated.
Thank you. I'd like to move for admission of hearing exhibit 114.
Any objection to the admission of exhibit 114?
No objection.
114 is admitted.
Now, I think one of your concerns is whether or not this facility will provide substantial economic development benefits. Is that right?
I provide that information to the commission so that they can evaluate it.
Understood. And did you hear Mr. Wright yesterday when he indicated that the total cost of the full project at full build out would be over $1 billion?
I heard him testify to that.
And you've seen his testimony that they project the project will create some 400 to 600 construction jobs, right?
I can't recall precisely the testimony, but I believe my testimony says that construction is labor intensive. So that's not inconsistent with my testimony.
Okay. And you don't recall seeing anything in the statute requiring that to obtain an economic development rate, a project must deliver a minimum number of jobs or a minimum dollar level of investment in Colorado?
I believe, as I cited in my testimony, the statute indicates that jobs is something that they think is important, or it suggests that jobs are important to be evaluating when evaluating the economic development. But I don't recall more than that.
Okay. Are you aware that the city of Aurora and the Colorado Office of Economic Development, OEDIT, support an economic development rate for this project?
I'm aware that they have provided incentives themselves to encourage QTS to locate in their jurisdictions. I can't recall. You maybe I don't have information about whether they support it, but it wouldn't surprise me that they would support asking PSCO ratepayers to subsidize a company in their jurisdiction.
Were you aware they filed letters of support for this project?
This has been a long proceeding. I think that you probably are correct. I had just forgotten.
Okay. But you're not contending those letters of support literally contain the words, "We are asking for PSCO ratepayers to subsidize this project"?
I can't recall reading them. I'm sure that they were indirect in wanting a company in their jurisdiction to get electricity at a lower price than other companies in Kiesco's jurisdiction.
Okay, I have one additional section to ask a couple of questions on, and we'll then hopefully be able to let you go. Very early on, you mentioned the 130 megawatt cap. And you recall from proceeding 23A-0330E that in that settlement, we agreed to 130 megawatt cap for standard economic development rates. Is that correct?
That's correct. I believe that's correct. I don't recall at the moment the actual megawatt, but I trust that that's accurate.
Okay. And one of the things you talk about in your testimony is, well, and first maybe to clarify, you are not suggesting that cap expressly applies to non-standard economic development rates. Is that correct?
That's correct. Clearly, the cap is what the commission considered as it evaluated the criterion that it put together for the standard customers. And I believe the commission said that they thought that that would be a guardrail by putting a cap on it so they could see whether it worked for customers up to 130 megawatts.
And I think you're starting to go the direction I wanted, which is you're concerned that there's been no opportunity for the commission to assess the success of this inaugural program. Does that sound right?
Well, certainly that's part of it. And then with regard to a non-standard EDR, there has been no opportunity to evaluate it. So to go with what has been suggested will be public services potentially largest customer seems like a risky proposition when the commission has expressed some caution in being sure that we don't have unintended consequences to how we're implementing the statute.
Okay. But you're not aware of anything in the EDR statute directing the commission to wait and see how this works for smaller EDR customers before granting approval to larger customers.
I think, as we discussed earlier, that the settlement and the commission decision was really focused on the standard EDR customers. There was not much said about the non-standard EDR customers, right, except for the fact that they could exist.
Right. To clear, I'm speaking about the statute. The statute says nothing about waiting and seeing.
That's correct.
Okay. Now, are you aware that the EDR statute is set to expire on January 1st, 2028?
Yeah, in fact, as you went off that last question, I was thinking to myself that sunsetting of the statute is perhaps one way that the General Assembly thought that it would be cautious about the EDR, would give them an opportunity to evaluate it when the statute sunsets.
So you're going to be much better at doing math, but we've got about 4 years left that the statute is in effect. Is that right?
I actually can't remember when you said it expires, but I trust that you're correct on that.
Yeah, January 1, 2028. So we're getting close.
Okay, that sounds like nearly 4 years.
And so I just want to make sure that I understand, is your recommendation to the commission that even though there are only 4 years left in the statute being in effect, that should wait and see how the standard program performs before considering a customer of this size?
Well, clearly the commission is considering the application. So I'm not asking the commission to not consider the application. I think that staff has provided a number of reasons why this particular application seems to be problematic and not eligible for the EDR rate. But we are not prejudging any application. We're just evaluating the current application before us.
Okay, but it's fair to say that one of the reasons that you advocate for is that the commission should wait and see how the program performs. Is that right?
No, what I was telling you is what the commission decision said with regard to their concerns about the standard EDR contracts, that they thought that it was useful to put a cap on that program to give them an opportunity to evaluate it. And I believe they said whether to tweak it, but I can't recall whether that's my words or theirs. But certainly the commission expressed that they wanted to see how the program operated before raising that cap.
Okay, for standard. Again, this is a non-standard and there's no cap.
Just as we've discussed, the commission decision largely is focused on standard and not the non-standard. Because the commission, I presume, assumed that we would evaluate each non-standard application carefully, since it's requiring a separate application for each non-standard customer.
Okay, I have no further questions for this witness.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Shields. And Mr. Up.
I just have a few questions on redirect. Ms. Scull, do you remember the series of questions that Ms. Shields asked you about what is in and what is not in the statute, on the EDR statute?
Yes.
Okay. Now I want to focus on something that I don't believe she asked. Can you touch on staff's concern, what staff believes that in terms of where the load comes from, whether it comes from out of state versus being an existing load in the service territory of another, or even within the state?
Well, the statute is quite explicit about its desire to expand, to have a company that's expanding their operations in Colorado, and in particular, not transferring from the service territory of another utility. And so that's certainly something that the commission was careful to follow the statute.
Okay. Now, I actually only have one other question. I want to turn to some question that Mr. Valentine asked you. Do you remember he was talking to you about, on the one hand, your testimony said that QTS is too small the load, and then on the other hand, talked about the size of the load? Do you remember him asking about that? Can you explain that difference and what you were referring to?
Well, the application is asking that QTS be allowed to utilize the EDR rate for a very large load, substantially more than QTS on its own will be using. The master meter operator rule that Ms. Shields pointed to, and I was looking for it, but I couldn't find it. It says that the master meter operator shall not resell electricity for a profit. And so that's what leads me to the conclusion that the larger load that they're asking for is the reselling of the electricity to customers that, or tenants that have yet to be identified. So that limits the commission's ability to evaluate those customers and whether they meet the statutory requirement of bringing load from out of state and not from the service territory of the utility, of another utility.
I have no further questions.
Okay. Ms. Segala, thank you very much for your testimony.
Thank you.
Okay, it is 12:05. I think we're right on time for a lunch break. We'll come back at 1:05. Thank you. Ms. Weisenthal, are you ready?
I'm ready.
Thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. We'll go back on the record. It's in our proceeding in hearing 23A-0330E. And we left off, I believe, with Mr. Opp.
Your Honor, Mr. Bunker here. Could I take care of a preliminary matter while we're waiting for Mr. Opp?
That might be a great idea at this point. What can we do for you?
Okay. Yesterday, during the discussion of the motion to strike, and in particular, the revision to Mr. Neal's attachment CN-3, we have revised that. It is in our box, the UCA box account as hearing exhibit 302, attachment CN3 Rev 1. And it consists, if Ms. Frederico can pull that document up, it consists of the caption page to that answer testimony from the 2022 electric rate case, and that single page of testimony on page 10 that has that table. So it's 2 pages.
Okay, I see that. Thank you. Okay, Ms. Frederico, what I think we'll do, let's hide the line on exhibit 700, the spreadsheet. Let's hide the line for this document on the spreadsheet. And then we'll take control of the file or the electronic record into the commission's possession.
So I'm just hiding the old one from the old 201 CN3, right?
Correct.
Okay. I have done that. It won't be updated on 700 just yet, but I will.
We'll take care of that. We'll take care of that at the end of the hearing. I just want to make sure we keep track of that because we're going to not admit it through that process. We're going to admit it through box.com now.
Got it. Thank you.
Okay, thank you for taking care of that, Mr. Bunker. So we now have, the commission now has the attachment CN3 Rev 1 to hearing exhibit 302.
Thank you, Your Honor. Appreciate that.
Thank you. And to be clear, it was previously admitted. So we now have the electronic record to match the admission.
Yes, thank you for that clarification.
Thank you. Any other preliminary matters? Not seeing Mr. Opp yet.
I'm here.
Oh, thank you. Okay.
Yep. For a minute there, I wasn't hearing anybody, so I was trying to restart things. So then I realized I muted my computer. So, you know,
All right, you can call your next witness.
I'm a big high tech guy. Staff calls Aaron O'Neill.
Okay. Ms. Neal, if you would please raise your right hand once you get your sweater on. Go. Do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, Miss O'Neill. How are you?
I am well, thank you. How are you?
Good. Could you please state and spell your first and last name for the record, please?
Yes, my name is Erin O'Neill. It's E-R-I-N. Last name O'Neill, O''N-E-I-L-L.
And I know your position and qualifications are already in your testimony, which has already been admitted. So Ms. O'Neill is available for cross.
Thank you, but I believe there's been a change in Ms. O'Neill's position since the filing of her pre-filed testimony. Ms. Neal, what's your position with the commission?
My current position with the commission is Deputy Director of Fixed Utilities.
Thank you. Does that change any of the content of your testimony other than the designation of that position?
It does not.
Thank you. Okay. I believe we have only Ms. Shields.
It's going to be me, Your Honor.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Eisenberg.
Good afternoon, Ms. O'Neill.
Good afternoon, Mr. Eisenberg.
It's nice to see you again. For the record, Sam Eisenberg, representing Public Service. Congratulations on your promotion, Ms. O'Neill.
Thank you.
In your answer testimony, you recommend that QTS be subject to all 10 of the company's riders.
That's correct.
And that includes the transmission cost adjustment, or TCA.
Correct.
And it also includes the purchased capacity cost adjustment, or PCCA.
Correct.
And I don't think we need to pull it up, but I'll represent to you that on page 7 of your answer testimony, you state that the staff believes that the non-standard EDR customer should pay the TCA and PCCA. And my question to you is, does that recommendation apply to all non-standard EDR customers or just to QTS?
I think it's at the discretion of the commission. We are making a specific recommendation regarding QTS, and I think it may be appropriate for all large customers, but this proceeding is specific to QTS. So I think it is appropriate for the commission to make a determination specifically regarding QTS and whether they pay the TCA and PCCA.
So you're not making a general recommendation that the commission apply it to all non-standard EDR customers in this proceeding?
That's correct.
Okay. If we could pull up hearing exhibit 204, which is the EDR settlement and the decision approving that settlement agreement. You're familiar with this decision and the settlement agreement, Ms. O'Neill?
I am.
And you were a witness in that proceeding?
I was.
If we could go to page 56. Staff signed the settlement agreement by Mr. Stephen Dalkey, and at the time he was an economist for staff.
That's correct.
And as chief economist at the time, you supervised Mr. Dalkey's work in that proceeding?
Yes, I supervised Dr. Dalkey.
Dr. Dalkey, excuse me. If we go to page 41 of this document. So under section 5B here, just a little bit down on the page, this is the portion of the settlement that deals with rate riders.
Correct.
And it states that the settling parties agree that the rate riders applicable to EDR customers include, and then it lists several riders. Do you see that?
I do.
So if you could keep that in mind, I'd like to pull from Public Services Box Hearing Exhibit 111. Maybe if you could just zoom out a little bit. Ms. O'Neill, do you recognize this as Hearing Exhibit 403 from that proceeding, which is 20A-0330E, which is the settlement testimony of Dr. Dalkey?
Yes, that appears to be what this is.
If we go to page 17. And on line 12, maybe scroll down just a little bit, thank you. On line 12, Dr. Dalkey states that staff disagreed with PSCO's position in testimony about which riders should be included in EDR rates. Do you see that?
I see that.
And if we could now go to page 18. On line 5, Dr. Dalkey states that the settlement agreement reflects staff's answer testimony position and includes certain riders. Do you see that?
I do.
Your Honor, at this time, I'd move to admit Hearing Exhibit 111.
Any objection to the admission of hearing exhibit 111?
Well, I mean, I guess it depends on how you evaluate this, but I guess it's in the administrative record, but this isn't, this is for a different witness that Miss O'Neill, I mean, she didn't sponsor this testimony, so I guess, I don't know if that goes more to the weight than the admissibility, but, I guess no objection.
Hearing exhibit 111 is admitted.
And with respect to Dr. Dahlke's statement there that the settlement agreement reflects staff's answer testimony, in fact, in this proceeding with respect to the PCCA and the TCA, staff had agreed with the company all along in that proceeding that EDR customers should not pay the PCCA and TCA in proceeding 20A-0330E. Is that right?
That's correct.
If we could pull from the company's box hearing exhibit 112, please.
Sorry, I'm getting an error when I open it. Give me just a second to try it again.
Maybe zoom out just a little bit. Ms. O'Neill, do you recognize this as your answer testimony in proceeding 20A-0345E?
Yes.
I'll move to admit hearing exhibit 112.
Any objection to the admissibility or admission of 112?
No objection.
Hearing exhibit 112 is admitted.
If we could go to page 23, please. So on line 11, let's scroll down a little bit so Ms. O'Neill can see this answer. On 111, or on line 11, excuse me, you testified that the company had argued in this case that the PCCA, TCA, CACJ, and CACJA riders are, quote, related to embedded system costs and not reflective of the incremental cost to serve EDR customers, unquote. Do you see that?
I do.
And you agreed with that argument at the time?
At the time, correct.
And on lines 17 through 19, you go on to state, these customers need not be charged these costs in a rider so long as the contract rate is above the marginal cost. Did I read that correctly?
You did.
We could take this down, and if we could go to the company's box hearing exhibit 149, please. Ms. O'Neill represents you that this is staff's response to public service discovery request number 136, and you are a sponsor. Do you see that?
I do.
I'll move to admit hearing exhibit 149.
Any objection to the admission of exhibit 149?
No objection.
And
149 is admitted.
Thank you, Your Honor. And in this discovery request, we asked staff to identify the positions taken in that prior proceeding that we've been discussing that staff no longer supports. And your response was that the only positions which staff no longer supports are those identified in this proceeding, meaning the current proceeding we're in now, regarding the applicability of the TCA and PCCA riders. You see that?
I do.
And is that your position still today?
Subject to the legal objection that I don't think we went through each piece of evidence from the previous proceeding to identify each and every position, but the ones that we are aware of where we have changed positions from our answer testimony in that proceeding is specific to these two riders.
Okay, understood. Thank you. If we could go back to hearing exhibit 204, which is the settlement agreement, and go to page 43, please. And if we could scroll to the lower half of the page. So in this section 6 of the settlement agreement, it says, except as otherwise modified herein, the settling parties support the company's definition and method for determining EDR marginal costs as set forth in the company's direct case and subsequently modified in its supplemental and rebuttal cases. Did I read that correctly?
You did.
Now, if we could turn back to hearing exhibit 111. And if we could go to page 7. And on line 15 of Dr. Dahlke's testimony in support of the settlement agreement, he's asked, how does the settlement address staff's marginal energy cost concerns? Do you see that question?
I see the question, yes.
And Dr. Dahlke answers that staff's concerns about marginal energy cost inaccuracies and cross-subsidizations are resolved in the settlement via the revised EDR ECA true-up process. Did I read that correctly?
You did.
Continuing on, it says PSCO will apply quarterly forecasts to determine its EDR ECA charge. However, the EDR ECA true-up will now be determined by PSCO's actual marginal costs and applied only to EDR customers. Do you see that statement as well?
I see the statement.
If we could scroll down a little bit onto the next page. On line 9, Dr. Dahlke summarizes this specific by saying, this process will result in EDR customers being appropriately allocated their marginal energy costs without spillover to non-EDR customers. Did I read that correctly?
You did.
And if we could go to page 21, I just think I have one more question for you. These are the conclusions of Dr. Dahlke's testimony, and he's asked, do you believe the settlement is just and reasonable and in the public interest? And Dr. Dahlke says, yes, I do. The settlement agreement strikes a reasonable compromise among the settling parties' positions. Importantly, while I am not a lawyer, the settlement agreement includes several guardrails and limitations to ensure the EDR tariff meets the requirements of the plain language of the EDR statute. Did I read that correctly?
You did.
I have no further questions. Thank you for your time, Ms. O'Neill.
Thank you, Mr. Eisendorf.
Okay. Mr. Up, redirect.
Sure, it's going to be brief. Could we pull up hearing exhibit 302, please? And if we go to page 7. Now, I'm not going to go through everything, have you read everything, but just in general, do you talk about why staff changed its position with regard to the TCA and PCCA in your answer testimony?
Yes, I do.
Okay. And so in terms of changing the position, well, let me go. Do you have anything in addition to explain in terms of other than why staff changed its position than that's already articulated in your answer testimony?
So I'm not the witness that discussed the marginal cost ECA calculation in this proceeding. So I think some of those questions may have been better directed at Mr. Dalton. But I would observe that for the last section that Dr. Dahlke in his settlement testimony provided that there were certain guardrails that were put in place as part of that EDR settlement, including the limit on the number of customers, and that calculation of a marginal cost with a single customer that is almost twice the size of that cap on the standard EDR may substantively change that marginal cost calculation. So I think in this instance, yes, staff changed its opinion regarding the TCA and PCCA, particularly for a customer of this size, and particularly in light of the $2.1 billion of incremental transmission investment to serve the Denver metro area, which was estimated including the QTS load. And I think we also have some concerns about the calculation of marginal costs when applied to the customer of this size. And those questions can be addressed to Mr. Dalton.
And my last line of questioning is really brief. I don't even think we need to pull it up. Do you remember when I was asking Mr. Bailey some questions yesterday and asking we're talking about the settlement agreement, and I was referring to the general provisions portion of the settlement agreement and asked him if he took that into consideration?
Yes, I do recall that.
Do you remember, do you know what those general provisions typically do? All I'm asking is, were those important provisions for staff in signing the settlement agreement?
Yes, I believe the intent of that settlement agreement was to apply to standard EDR customers and was not precedential or binding on the consideration for a non-standard customer. It's my understanding that's the intent of the statute and why we have specific applications for these customers, so the specific circumstances of those customers can be addressed in a proceeding such as this one.
I have no further questions.
Okay. Thank you very much, Ms. O'Neill.
Thank you, Judge.
And Mr. Robb.
Hey, staff calls Bill Dalton.
Can you hear me?
Yes. Would you please raise your right hand? Do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, Mr. Dalton. Can you
Good
please
afternoon.
state and spell your first and last name for the record, please?
My name is William Dalton. D-A-L-T-O-N.
Okay. I believe his testimony is hearing exhibit 301, so he is available for cross-examination.
Thank you.
Oh, and also I have noted he actually, let me go back. Mr. Dalton, are you adopting any testimony today?
Yes, I am adopting testimony of staff witness Adam Gribbs.
Okay, thank you. He is available for cross-examination.
Thank you. Okay, first up then, Mr. Valentine.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good afternoon, Mr. Dalton. I'm Mark Valentine on behalf of QTS. I want to clarify something. Is it staff's position that the application should be denied, at least in part, for, let's call them, environmental and resource planning concerns?
This resource that QTS brings is a significant new load. It's up to 2,000 gigawatt hours per year at full build out. It's twice the.
Your Honor, could you ask Mr. Dalton to answer? It's a very simple question about why this application should be approved or denied. Can you ask him to answer the question, please?
I believe you can answer that question, Mr. Dalton.
Can you repeat the question, please?
Yeah, is it staff's position that the application should be denied for resource planning and environmental concerns, emission concerns?
No, the resource cost impact primarily.
Okay, so let's consider a hypothetical. Suppose that QTS was just a regular customer, as it is in this case, but not an EDR customer seeking to locate in Aurora with no economic development rate. Do you have that in mind?
Sure. Okay.
Okay. And it's correct, is it not, that public service in that event would have to ensure that it could meet its load, right?
Correct.
And it would follow its tariff with regard to line extensions as it's done here, right?
Yes.
And were you here for Mr. Rurup's testimony?
Yes.
And so you heard that the company modeled the QTS load in its most recent resource planning case, one that's pending before the commission, right?
They modeled it in during phase 2. They didn't model in phase 1, which was filed 2.5 years ago. They did not present a 300 megawatt data center load.
So let me ask you this: if that were to have a negative impact on the company, it could seek an amendment to its approved resource plan, correct?
Objection, not asking for legal questions.
Well, Your Honor, Mr. Dalton has been referred to as the witness to handle questions regarding resource planning. Mr. Dalton has been at the commission for a very long time. I don't think this is a very much a legal question.
Well,
it's something that's well within his area of expertise.
Well, I guess I disagree. The question was if they believed it would impact, they could have gone back and filed an amended application. I don't think it's that simple. And I think that's something that really lawyers will be involved in trying to plan and figure out how the best process way to deal with that is.
I'll sustain the objection. You can perhaps rephrase.
In the next resource planning case, presumably public service would model the entire load that it is going to serve. Don't you think that's true?
True, but that's after the fact of what they're seeking here in this application.
Well, but this is something, modeling native load is something that the company does in resource plans as a matter of course with regard to all of its customers, right? Even non-EDR
Well, they
customers.
identify what
Can
the
I finish
load
my
is.
question, Mr. Dalton?
Mr. Dalton, do let him please complete the question, then we'll get your answer, Mr. Valentine.
Thank you, Your Honor. The company models its projected load in its resource plans. Is that true?
It is true they identify what the loads are made up of. There's residential customers, there's commercial customers, there's transportation electrification, there's building electrification. So it identifies all the loads that it's going to forecast to be served.
Okay.
The QTS load is significant and it should be considered by itself. Not that it's a bad load, but it needs to be considered by itself.
And that would tip, and if QTS was not seeking an EDR, economic development rate, its load would be included in that resource plan proceeding and considered there, right?
But that's what they do in other jurisdictions. Data centers are considered.
I'm not asking about Michigan, Mr. Dalton. I'm asking about Colorado.
It would be considered in the upfront phase 1. This is the load that they're serving, and this is the type of customers.
Okay. And staff typically participates in these resource planning cases, right?
Yes.
Okay. Now, staff is also concerned with the incremental emissions caused by QTS, correct?
Staff is concerned that the company needs to meet the emission reduction targets. When they add loads such as QTS, that is going to impact the company's ability to meet the emission reductions targets themselves.
Okay. Now, if QTS was a regular customer, the commission would address QTS's incremental carbon emissions in a renewable energy standard hearing or a resource plan proceeding, right?
Not a renewable energy standard hearing. That's for small retail programs. This is a significant load. I mean, this is the largest load the company's ever served, I believe, ever since I've been in Colorado.
And so it would be handled then in the resource planning proceeding?
Yes. I mean, there's no programs available in the renewable energy standard plan that could even meet the company's energy needs here.
That's fair enough. But my point is that the commission would.
Mr. Valentine, you need to let him finish his answers too.
Yep. Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Are you done, Mr. Dalton?
Well, I'm just saying that the renewable energy standard plans will not cover this resource need. Other states may have plans where large data centers actually are off-taker of wind farms or solar farms, but we don't do that here in Colorado.
Right.
And so he likes to bring in other things from out of states when it's convenient for him, but saying that we can't do it here in Colorado, or somehow Colorado doesn't meet his objectives.
Okay, let's try to answer the questions asked.
Thank you, Your Honor. I guess my point, Mr. Dalton, is that the commission has a wholly separate proceeding in which it would address any incremental emissions caused by the QTS load, and it would ensure that the company meets its carbon reductions requirements. Isn't that right?
The carbon reduction requirements also requires consideration of cost. And so I think you're hung up on carbon emissions. I say they go hand in hand. Cost and carbon emissions need to be considered completely.
Okay.
Not isolated.
And so in a resource plan, the company comes up with a preferred plan that gets approved or amended by the commission. Isn't that right?
Yes.
And then those resources are put out to bid to make sure that the costs are kept at a just and reasonable level. Isn't that right?
See, you're confusing phase one, where the company comes up with a preferred plan, and ideally QTS loads is in that preferred plan, versus what they've done right now a month ago, where they filed a preferred plan. So I'm somewhat confused. What are you talking about? Phase one or phase two?
I'm just saying that cost is an element that is considered by the commission in a resource planning case, isn't it?
Oh, absolutely.
Okay, thank you. Now, I think it's fair to state that regular non-EDR customers are not treated individually with regard to their impact on company emissions. Isn't that right? And I'll give you an example. Let's take, I don't
know. They may decline, say if the local oil refinery wants to do an expansion and use electric power, maybe they may object to that. I don't know. You're speculating.
Okay. Let me ask you this. Do you have any reason to believe that the commission does not have the tools to address any environmental or resource planning issues in the regular commission proceedings devoted to serving those customers?
Number one, the commission does not regulate emissions. That is part of the Colorado Department of Public Health and the Environment. So we don't regulate the emissions of these different individual customers.
So let me ask you then, if the commission doesn't regulate the emissions of individual customers, but my question is, does the commission not have the tools to address the emissions issues that are, it's an indirect process, but the emissions issues of public service during the regularly occurring commission proceedings devoted to PSCO's resource plan?
The commission needs to review the plans and have them validated by a Department of Public Health to ensure that the company is meeting the carbon emissions goals reductions.
Okay,
so we need to ensure that CDPHE actually reviews these different portfolios and either concurs or has a review on the carbon emissions, and if these carbon emissions from a given portfolio meets the objectives of the state statute itself.
Okay.
So the commission does approve those portfolios, but they don't approve the emissions and they don't validate the emissions.
No, but well, I think you've answered my question. Okay. I would like to ask you some questions about service and facilities charges. Do you agree with me that a service and facilities charge is designed to allow the utility to collect costs that are specific to individual customers, such as setting a meter and reading a meter?
And the infrastructures to provide service, a part of it too is part of the infrastructure to provide service to the individual customers themselves.
Okay, that's like the line drop or something like that?
Yes.
Okay, okay. Now, does public serve, let's take, for example, an office building that has a master meter. Okay, do you have that in mind?
Okay, I can visualize it in my head.
Okay, and so when does public service charge the master meter operator a service and facilities charge that is the sum of all of the service and facilities charges that the tenants would have paid?
It's based on the service that the service drop itself. And so in that case, it's most likely if it's an office building, well, it's just office, commercial office. It's not a large load.
Okay. And so in this case, the company could charge QTS based on the facilities it provides to QTS, right?
Who, the company or the, can you repeat that question, please?
Yeah, so the company should then charge QTS's service and facilities charge based on those elements related to QTS's service, right? The service drop, the meter reading, all of that stuff, right?
Correct. In my understanding is that full build out, there's going to be 3 different meters. So whatever that service facility charge is, it's going to be per meter. It's just not going to be one.
Right. That's right. But per meter on the QTS property, that is a public service meter, right?
Correct.
Okay. That's all I have, Your Honor. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Dalton.
Okay. And Mr. Eisenberg?
Yes, good afternoon, Mr. Dalton. I'm Sam Eisenberg. I represent the company in this matter. How are you?
Fine, thank you.
I'd like to follow up on some of the questions that counsel for QTS was asking you about emissions. And what I'd like to do is explore for a few minutes some of the contours of what staff is and is not recommending in relation to greenhouse gas emissions. To start, can we pull from the company's box here exhibit 122, please? If we could just zoom out, or yes, we see the whole page. So, Mr. Dalton, do you recognize this as a response to staff's response to public service discovery request number 125, and you're a sponsor to that response? Move to admit hearing exhibit 122.
Any objection to the admission of 122?
No, no objection.
And in this
22 is admitted.
Thank you, Your Honor. My apologies. Mr. Dalton, in this request, public service asked, does staff contend the public service can ensure that just say that the addition of a new customer would not result in any incremental greenhouse gas emissions with respect to any of its customers? And your response has 2 parts. First, you said no. You see that? And then you also said to see the response to CPU, say 2-8. And if you pull that up, it's referenced as attachment WJD3 to your testimony, hearing exhibit 301.
Sorry, WJD3?
Yes.
Thanks.
And so this is Public Services Discovery response that you referenced, and it says, well, Public Service cannot ensure that the addition of QTS load would not result in any incremental greenhouse gas emissions. The company does not expect that the contract will compromise its ability to meet the company's or state's emissions reduction goals and associated statutory requirements. Do you accept Public Services statement in this response?
Sure. I think my testimony pointed that out, that the company can't guarantee anything. Essentially, the company's wiping its hand of any responsibility for greenhouse gas emissions
All right,
increase
Mr.
with
Dalton,
this
if you
customer.
could just answer my question, yes or no, do you accept the company's response?
You're not going to limit him to a yes/no answer. Mr. Dalton, you can complete your response.
Correct. In response to staff answer testimony was responding to company witness Wilshire assertion that, oh, they're not going to use coal-based resources to supply energy to this facility, but they may use other carbon-based resources themselves. And the company is saying that, well, they don't know if the greenhouse gas emissions will increase, but they're not going to really take any responsibility for it. But rest assured that it's going to be lower. Their overall emission profile will meet the trajectory that's required by law. I mean, they're not lowering the greenhouse gases. That's one thing for sure.
Okay, Mr. Dalton, let's try to answer the questions, please. Mr. Eisenberg.
Mr. Dalton, do you have any specific reason to doubt the company's response as stated on the page here?
A doubt about what?
Mr. Dalton, do you have any reason to doubt the company's response as stated on the page here? You can take a moment to read it if you need.
The response is what the company has responded.
Mr. Dalton, do you have any reason sitting here today to doubt the company's response to this discovery request?
No.
If we could pull hearing exhibit 153 from the company's box. Mr. Dalton, do you recognize this as staff's response to the company's request number 126 and you're a sponsor?
Mm-hmm.
All right, I'll move to admit 153 at this time.
Any objection to the admission of exhibit 153?
No objection.
Exhibit 153 is admitted.
And in this request, we asked you, quoting your testimony, does staff contend that Public Service can estimate, quote, what class of generating assets will be on the margin, unquote, for the use of any of its customers over a 10-year period? And your response was no. Do you see that?
Okay, what does the first line say? Please refer to the answer testimony of Fiona Segal.
I guess
that's not my testimony.
All right, so I guess I misspoke, and we're quoting Ms. Segala's testimony, but we asked you, quoting Ms. Segala's testimony, does staff contend that Public Service can estimate, quote, what class of generating assets will be on the margin, unquote, for the use of any of its customers over a 10-year period? And your response was no. Is that correct?
Well, can you go back to Ms. Segala's testimony? Let's take a look at what actually you were referring there.
I'd like you to answer. So no, we're not gonna pull up other testimony. What I'd like to know is, was your response?
Well, Mr. Eisenberg, you've read me this exhibit a few times, and it is his response, sponsored by Mr. Dalton. It's admitted in evidence. Let's move on.
Yeah, thank you, Your Honor. Your response was no. Do you have any reason to change that response sitting here today?
No, reviewing the company's rebuttal case and how they determine marginal cost, it's even more unclear now than it was beforehand.
So my question was, sitting here today, your answer to this question in this discovery request is still no. Is that correct?
Correct.
We could pull hearing exhibit 125 from the company's box, please. And Mr. Dalton, this is staff's response to PSCO number 131, and your response, or it's dated October 13, 2023. Do you see that?
Yes.
Your Honor, move to admit 125.
Any objection to the admission of exhibit 125?
No objection.
125 is admitted.
And what was asked in this request was, does staff...
Mr. Eisenberg, we're not going to read this to me, are we? Do you have a question to the witness about the evidence in the record if you'd like? I don't want you to start reading another discovery request to me.
Well, I'll assume, since staff has not supplemented this response, that the response is what it is, and we can move on, Your Honor. Thank you. If we could pull 126 from the company's box. Mr. Dalton, this is staff's response to PSCO 132, and your response, sir. Do you see that?
Yes.
I'll move to admit 126.
Any objection to the admission of hearing exhibit 126?
No objection.
Hearing exhibit 126 is admitted.
We could pull 127 from the company's box, please. And Mr. Dalton, this is staff's response to number 133 in your sponsor. Do you see that?
That is my response. No change.
Yeah, you prepared this response?
Yes.
Move to admit 127.
Any objection to the admission of hearing exhibit 127?
No objection.
Exhibit 127 is admitted.
I don't have any, on this topic of emissions, I don't have any questions further questions for Mr. Dalton, but I would like to renew at this time the company's motion to strike page 15, line 15 to page 16, line 19 of Mr. Dalton's testimony related to emissions. And I'll give you 4 reasons, if I might, Your Honor, based on the
First off, we're going
Your Honor, I'm
Yes.
going to object to that. Just at the last minute in the middle of the testimony, renewing the objection and causing brand new argument. That's totally improper, and you've already ruled on it.
Well, but I think that right now, I realized that I had to do an oral announcement of this ruling at the beginning of hearing. So it's not like he had an opportunity to know that ruling prior to the hearing. However, I also don't think it's necessary to renew the motion to strike right now. That decisional issue, you can issue a motion for reconsideration of it. You can take exception of it if it winds up in the recommended decision.
Yeah, that's fine, Your Honor. Thank you. I'd like to talk next with you, Mr. Dalton, about your testimony regarding income qualified customers or IQ customers and disproportionately impacted communities or DI communities. Do you have that subject in mind?
Yes.
And I don't think we need to pull it up, but I'll represent to you that your testimony on page 30 says, the company's use of marginal cost fails to identify the increased cost burden on the DI-IQ communities. You recall that subject of testimony in your...
Yes.
If we could pull from the company's box hearing exhibit 124, please. And this is staff's response to PSCO number 130 and you're a sponsor. Do you see that?
Yes.
I'll move to admit hearing exhibit 124 at this time.
Any objection to the admission of hearing exhibit 124?
No objection.
Exhibit 124 is admitted.
I won't read the question and response, but Mr. Dalton, could you just take a moment to refresh your memory on the question and response and let me know when you're ready? I have a couple questions.
Okay, I'm ready.
Sitting here today, you cannot identify a single DI community that would be impacted by QTS joining public services system.
Again, I'm referring to disproportionately impacted communities and individual customers that are low income.
Yes,
so
Mr.
it's not, and I say it's not geographically restricted. Again, with the higher system costs, they're going to be paid for by higher base rates and higher riders, well above the costs that they're going to get recovered through this marginal cost analysis that the company is presenting. So the cost to serve this new customer is going to be greater than the marginal cost recovery that they're going to get from QTS. Those costs will be paid by all ratepayers, including low-income people, people in disproportionately impacted communities, and all other customers outside of QTS.
Mr. Dalton, where in staff's answer testimony did you provide any evidence that the cost to serve QTS would be, quote, well above their revenues? I don't think you did you?
Actually, Mr. Europe's cross answer rebuttal testimony actually clarified my position more clearly. For one thing, the marginal cost is all over the place. They even said that SPS.
Mr. Dalton, I asked where in staff's testimony you provided some evidence of this assertion that you just made, and I think the answer is you didn't provide it in your answer testimony.
Right. He's providing it in this testimony.
Well, but that's not responsive to the question.
Okay, I'll ask the question.
Okay, my answer testimony pointed out that the cost to serve this new load is greater than the marginal cost that the company is using in their economic analysis. Those costs, those higher fixed costs and operating costs, are going to be paid by everybody else except QTS. The companies are going to get that cost recovery from everybody else except QTS. The use of marginal costs really mask and hide all these. I stand by my marginal cost testimony and why I think Mr. Wilshire's academic exercise on marginal cost was inappropriate for the the largest customer on the company's system. And I still stand by that.
In your conclusion in that section of your testimony about marginal cost, was that marginal cost is inappropriate for the use in this proceeding? That's your conclusion, yes or no?
Yes.
Thank you. Now let's go back to the question I asked you about this discovery request, which is that sitting here today, you cannot identify a single DI community that would be impacted by QTS coming onto the system.
I believe that throughout if there's a DI disproportionately impacted community in a company service territory, and they pay electric rates to the utility, they'll be paying the higher rates to help subsidize the QTS rates.
And so
every single one of them.
Mr. Dalton, I would appreciate an answer to my question. It's rather straightforward, which is sitting here today, you cannot identify a single DI community, a single specific DI community that would be impacted by QTS.
They're throughout the company service territory. I can't pick them up one by one.
But so the answer to my question is no, you cannot identify a single specific DI community.
No, that's because they're all of them, not just one, but all.
So Eisenberg, I think you got the answer to that question on one of those tries. So let's.
I think I got it on the last try, Your Honor. Yeah, thank you. So staff is not arguing that ratepayers in DI communities would be disproportionately impacted by this application. Are you?
To the extent that their energy cost burden is high already, supporting this QTS subsidies is going to increase their rates even higher.
But staff is not arguing that ratepayers and DI communities would be affected any differently than any other ratepayer due to QTS on a dollars and cents basis?
No, the increase is going to be throughout all customers, and the new commission rules on that we need to consider the impact to disproportionately in low income communities on all applications. So we just can't ignore it. Say, well, since we haven't identified one specific group or location, therefore we can ignore them all. And I think it's more global.
You had the opportunity to provide answer testimony. You didn't identify any single DI community that's going to be affected.
I said they're all of them, every single one of them.
DI communities in Craig?
The company service territory.
Okay. I have a few questions. We can take this exhibit down. I have a few questions for you about your testimony about QTS being a master meter operator, and I'll constrain my questions to aspects of that subject that Mr. Valentine didn't cover. First, I'd like to discuss some of staff's positions relating to QTS and its tenants. If we could pull hearing exhibit 118 from the company's box. And Mr. Dalton, this is staff's response to PSCO number 120, and you're one of the sponsors. Do you see that?
Yes.
Move to admit hearing exhibit 118.
Any objection to the admission of exhibit 118?
Objection.
Hearing exhibit 118 is admitted.
And I won't read this to you, but I would like you to keep in mind, if you could, that first sentence, which says that QTS is not allowed to resell electricity at a profit to tenants per commission MMO rules. Do you see that sentence?
Yes.
I'll just have you keep that in mind as we go to the next document. If we could pull up hearing exhibit 114, please. It's already been admitted. And while it's coming up, Mr. Dalton, did you hear Ms. Segala's testimony earlier this afternoon?
Yes.
So Ms. Segala was asked a question about this discovery request, in which we asked, does staff contend that QTS will engage in reselling electricity? And she provided some testimony from her perspective as an economist, but she referred us to you as the expert on master meter operators. And I would like to know, from your perspective, the answer to the question, does staff contend that QTS will engage in reselling electricity?
They're going to be compensated by the energy that is provided by QTS. QTS will be compensated by their tenants for the energy that they provide.
Thank you, Mr. Alden. What I'd like is an answer to the question from your perspective. Does staff contend that QTS will engage reselling electricity?
Now, based on the master meter rules and exclusions, the master meter operators are not reselling. So no.
We pull hearing exhibit 113 from the company's box. Mr. Dalton, this is staff's response to PSCO number 15, and you're the sponsor. Do you see that?
Mm-hmm.
Move to admit hearing exhibit 113.
Any objection to the admission of exhibit 113?
Yeah, I mean, I put the objection in there for a reason, but I mean, it is what it is. So the regulations are the regulations. So no objection.
Hearing exhibit 113 is admitted.
All right, next I have a few questions for you about your testimony regarding master meter operators and QTS's eligibility for an EDR. Could we pull hearing exhibit 117 from the company's box? And this is staff's response to number 119 and your response, or do you see that, Mr. Dalton?
Yes.
I'll move to admit hearing exhibit 117.
Any objection to the admission of hearing exhibit 117?
Objection.
Hearing exhibit 117 is admitted.
Could we pull from the company's box hearing exhibit 121, please? This is staff's response to number 123, and you're one of the sponsors. Do you see that?
Yes.
Move to admit 121.
Any objection to the admission of exhibit 121?
Objection.
Hearing exhibit 121 is admitted.
Okay, I just have one last line of questions, which is about your recommendations relating to service and facilities charges that you talked about with Mr. Valentine. If we could start by pulling up your testimony, which is hearing exhibit 301, and we'll go to page 19. And we go to the bottom of the page. And if you could read the last paragraph, and it goes on to the next page. So with that, are you ready for a question on this paragraph? Okay. With that paragraph in mind, I'm just trying to understand staff's recommendation. Is staff's recommendation that QTS pay one service and facility charge for each tenant the QTS has?
Yes, when I was taking a look at the company's tariff on these service and facilities fees, all these other large transmission customers pay a significantly higher monthly rate than QTS is being offered. Now, I don't know what those other customers do with the power, but they do pay a significantly higher facilities service and facilities charge that I think is yet another hidden discount that the company is offering to QTS that they're not offering likewise to other transmission general customers.
So I want to ask you a question about a hypothetical. Let's say QTS ended up with four large tenants in its facility: Amazon, Oracle, Microsoft, Google. Do you have that hypothetical in mind?
Mm-hmm.
So if QTS had four tenants, we'd take the four tenants, we'd add QTS, and your recommendation would be that QTS pay 5 S&F charges. Is that your recommendation?
Correct. I mean, my understanding listening through this hearing is that there's going to be 3 buildings at full build out. So you're probably going to have meters on each building at least.
Okay. And so if it were the case that instead of 4 tenants, if QTS signed up many smaller tenants, let's say QTS had 1,000 tenants and they were doing, data center work, but on a smaller scale, they had 1,000 tenants. Staff's recommendation would be that you take 1,000 tenants, you add 1 for QTS, and QTS would pay 1,001 service facility charges. Is that right?
No, that's not what I'm contemplating. What I'm saying is that the existing facilities and service, the service and facility fee that the company is offering QTS is at a significant discount to all these other transmission
Mr. Dalton,
general.
I'm just trying to see what a moment ago you said QTS should pay 1 service facilities charge per tenant, but now you're saying not necessarily. So that's not actually staff's.
So
Could you repeat your question?
I'm going to object. That mischaracterized this as testimony.
I can ask the question. I can ask the sequence of questions again.
Okay.
Mr. Dalton, is it staff's recommendation that QTS pay 1 service and facilities charge for each tenant the QTS has.
I am not asserting that. What I am saying that is that the company's offer of a significantly discounted service and facility fees doesn't seem reasonable compared to all the other customers that are paying significantly higher. And one of the ways to get around that, my recommendation is that they should charge each one of those customers or tenants an equivalent service and facility fee.
And you, other than charging each tenant one service facilities fee, you don't have any other specific recommendations as to how QTS would pay the quote equivalent service facility fee that you're discussing in this fair.
Correct. My recommendation is that the commission order the company to provide those calculations.
Okay, if we could pull from the company's box, hearing exhibit 119. Mr. Dalton, this is staff's response, PSCO 121, and you're one of the sponsors. Do you see that?
Mm-hmm.
I'll move to admit 119, Your Honor.
Any objection to the admission of exhibit 119?
No objection.
Hearing exhibit 119 is admitted.
And if we could pull hearing exhibit 115 from the company's box.
Did you say 115?
Yeah, 115, please.
Thank you.
Thank you. And Mr. Dalton, this is staff's response to PSCO 17, and you're one of the sponsors.
Mm-hmm.
I'll move to admit hearing exhibit 115.
Any objection to the admission of hearing exhibit 115?
No objection.
115 is admitted.
All right, if we could pull hearing exhibit 128 from the company's box. And Mr. Dalton, this is staff's response, PSCO 134, and you're a sponsor. Do you see that?
Mm-hmm.
Move to admit hearing exhibit 128.
Any objection to the admission of exhibit 128?
No objection.
Exhibit 128 is admitted.
I do have a couple questions for you on this one. So if you could just read the request for admission that's in the first sentence and then your response, and let me know if you have that in mind.
Admit.
Can you think of any other instance where a master meter operator pays a service and facilities charge for each tenant that it has?
No, but that was my recommendation.
Well, we can let the testimony that you just gave and the transcript of that reflect what your recommendation is. Staff is not contending that all master meter operators on the company's system should pay an S&F charge for each end user they serve, right?
Objection. That's way beyond the scope of Mr. Dalton's testimony. I mean, Ms. Shields was using the beyond the scope objection this morning. So, I mean, he's not talking about all master meters operators on the system. So if we good for the goose, good for the gander.
Well, I'll sustain. It's not relevant to proceeding.
Let me ask a question that is relevant to this proceeding. Is staff contending that all master meter operators that receive an EDR should pay an S&F charge for each end user that they serve?
Again, I'm going to same objection. He's not talking about all EDR customers. I think we've established repeatedly that we're talking about QTS.
Can I respond?
Sustain.
Let me try to ask it a different way. Your recommendations regarding master meter operators are solely limited to QTS let me rephrase it. Your recommendations relating to master meter operators in your testimony are solely confined to QTS and this proceeding. Is that fair?
Yes.
All right, I have one last set of questions. It's about the testimony that you adopted, Mr. Gribb. If we could pull hearing exhibit 109 from the company's box. And this is staff's response to PSCO 139, and Mr. Gribb, whose testimony you adopted, was a sponsor. Do you see that?
Mm-hmm.
I'll move to admit hearing exhibit 109.
Any objection to the admission of exhibit 109?
No objection.
Exhibit 109 is admitted.
And if I could just have an indulgence on this last one, Your Honor, since it's an important point in the case, I just want to clarify one thing. In this request, we asked if the commission accepts the economic development rate in this proceeding and finds that a certificate of public convenience and necessity is required for the project, does staff agree with public service that the commission should issue a CPCN for the project? Mr. Gribb responded yes, and my question is that still staff's position today?
If the commission determines that a CPCN is required, then staff supports the commission's decision.
Well, that's not what the question asks. I'm asking if the commission finds that the CPCN is required, does staff agree with public service that the commission in its order should approve a CPCN for this project?
I'm trying to understand the difference in Mr. Eisenberg's question.
I'd like to ask the questions unless there's an objection.
Well, you've asked the same question 3 times.
I'll overrule the objection. I think you can answer that question.
I think it's good to read the question itself. It's kind of awkward, and it's kind of I don't know. I didn't write it. Whoever wrote it, all I have to say is I did not write this question. If the commission accepts the economic development rate in this proceeding and finds that a CPCN is necessary, a CPCN is required, so the commission makes a decision, and the question is, does staff support the commission's decision? And it's yes. You can. I mean, you don't need all this verbiage. You know, if the commission issues an order,
I'm not asking about
counsel. Let's let the water calm a moment.
Sure,
Mr. Dalton. I think I don't want to read all this evidence into the record that's already in here, but let's let Mr. Eisenberg ask his question, because his last question was not what's written on the screen. Mr. Eisenberg, why don't you try to ask your question again?
So in the event that so one of the questions the commission is being asked in this proceeding is whether a CPCN is necessary. Do you have that in mind?
Correct.
And I understand that the staff supports the company's primary recommendation, which is that a CPCN is not required. Do you have that in mind?
Correct.
However, now I want you to consider the case where the commission disagrees with that primary recommendation of the company, which is supported by staff, and the commission finds that a CPCN is required. Does staff in that event agree with public service that the commission should issue a CPCN for the project?
So is public service agreeing with the commission or is staff agreeing with the commission? I guess that's the hang up.
Mr. Dalton, So first of all, I'll note an objection that it's extremely unusual that Mr. Gribb's testimony was adopted and then Mr. Dalton's not prepared to answer this discovery response. But I'll ask the question, which is, do you have the hypothetical that I just mentioned in mind?
Well, I mean, my answer doesn't change from what the answer response was here. It says yes. I mean, so I mean, what are you arguing over?
It's still staff's position today that staff agrees with public service that the commission should issue a CPC.
Mr. Eisenberg, I'm going to jump in. That mischaracterizes his testimony. You got the record here. You've got the evidence. Mr. Elton, if you were to, has staff's position changed since October 13th, 2023 and this discovery request?
No. No, it hasn't.
Thank you. That was my question at the start. With that, one moment, Your Honor. I have no further questions. Thank you for your time, Mr. Dalton.
All right. Okay. We will go to redirect. Mr. Ott.
Thank you. Well, I was gonna follow up on 109, but I think we got that one. I think that horse has been beat to death. So let's go back. There was an exchange with Mr. Eisenberg, and I don't think you were fully able to complete your answer, but you talked about, after we're talking about the marginal cost analysis, and you said after reading Mr. Rurup's rebuttal testimony, it made it even harder for you. Can you just elaborate on what you were driving at there?
Right. My answer testimony, I pointed out that the cost to serve this new load is significantly higher than just the company's marginal cost representation. And then Mr. Europe analysis validates that thing. He talks about the SPP, where they identified the company's marginal cost is actually lower than PSCO is calculating itself. And so what I'm trying to point out is that the total cost to serve this new load as coming out of the ERP is significantly higher than the marginal cost analysis that the company is using to base the revenue from QTS and the so-called costs from QTS. And that shortfall is going to be picked up by all ratepayers, as I pointed out. It doesn't matter where you live. It doesn't matter if you live in a disproportionately impacted community, or if you're low income, or if you don't meet any of those criteria, you're going to be paying this higher subsidized rate for QTS. And the company is going to get all the revenue requirements needed to serve that load itself. And so they're masking the true cost through this marginal cost analysis. I stand by my answer testimony. If anything, Mr. Rurup actually validated my concern that the marginal cost is all over the place. They can't commit to anything using marginal cost, and it shouldn't be used to commit to anything, let alone a heavily discounted rate. I think the ERP that was just completed clearly identified when you add more load to a preferred plan that the costs go up, carbon emissions go up, methane emissions go up, the revenue requirements on an annual basis go up. And Mr. Europe doesn't even use the ERP at all, remarkably, for any cost analysis.
Let's go back to the hypothetical that Mr. Eisenberg talked about, where he talked about like the 1,000 customers who are serving a small load. Remember that hypothetical? Mm-hmm. So on the 1,000 customers, would that be true that then many of those customers would be having specific, many of those tenants, just so I'm clear, many of those tenants, their specific load itself or requirements would be under 3 megawatts?
Right. 1,000 tenants, and most likely not economic development rate customers.
Okay. Okay, remember now you remember the exchange you had with Mr. Valentine talking about the emission rules or the emission, and that process going back and forth?
Yes.
Okay. All right. Do you think that the addition of the QST or QTS, that load would make it harder for public service to comply, harder for public service on their compliance goals?
Yes, and the reason why I say that is, again, Mr. Rupp demonstrated that emissions actually go up with carbon emissions, and just the load that this QTS customer brings to the system itself. 90% load factor. It's going to run 24/7. It has an incredible energy requirements. It's going to require it's incredibly high density load itself. I mean, these data centers have 10 to 50 times the energy consumption that compared to a regular commercial customer itself. So this is a really high load, and based on the type of service that they're providing, they can't be interrupted. They can't be participating in DSM programs, and so it's going to be a hard load to meet and fulfill. And in this notion that the ERP is going to solve all these problems, well, no, based on the last ERP, there was 4 large solar facilities that were canceled or projects canceled, between 3 with Piasco, 1 with Black Hills. And in fact, earlier this year, the company came in for some short-term purchase power agreements fueled by natural gas to meet these reliability shortfalls because of the failures from the last ERP. And so this notion that we're just going to get off of carbon and everything is going to be good, that's not really true.
Your Honor, I'm going to object. This has turned into a soliloquy. This is not the answer to the question.
It has been going a little while, Mr. Dalton. Mr. Opp, why don't you ask your next question?
Sure. Do you believe it's in the public interest to provide a discount to a customer whose load will be increasing emissions in the state?
No, I do not.
Okay. I have no further redirect.
Excuse me a moment. Okay, Mr. Dalton, thank you for your testimony.
Thank you.
We're a little early on an afternoon break. Mr. Opp, you rest, I assume?
Yes, staff rest.
Thank you. And is it going to be Mr. Bunker?
Yes, Your Honor. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. You can call your witness.
The UCA calls Ronald Fernandez to the witness stand.
You would raise your right hand. Do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, Mr. Fernandez. Could you state your name for the record, please?
Ron Fernandez.
Could you spell the last name, please?
Fernandez.
And could you please identify your employer and your position title?
I'm a financial analyst for the UCA.
And did you cause to be filed in this proceeding hearing exhibit 200, the public version of your answer testimony, and attachments RAF1 through RAF3?
Yes.
And did you also cause to be filed hearing exhibit 200C, the confidential version of your answer testimony?
Yes.
And Mr. Fernandez's testimony has been admitted, and Mr. Fernandez is ready, or is available rather, for cross-examination and questions from your honor.
Thank you. Okay, and I'll mention here, because you just included it in that scope, that exhibit attachment RAF2 to hearing exhibit 200 has been stricken. So we have 1 and 3 in the record.
That would be correct, Your Honor.
Thank you. Okay, Mr. Valentine.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good afternoon. Good afternoon, Mr. Fernandez. Mark Valentine on behalf of QTS. Would you agree with me that, yeah, it's nice to see you. I haven't seen you in ages. I'm wondering if you would agree with me that the UCA is generally concerned about the increase in utility costs that's going to result from the state's transition to renewable energy. Would you agree with that?
The UCA has been very concerned about all cost increases for all sources in the state of Colorado.
Okay. And would you agree with me that the addition of large transmission general customers, especially ones with high load factors like a data center, will benefit residential ratepayers when the time comes for cost allocation amongst the various customer classes?
I don't know. I didn't testify on that.
Okay, that's fine. Thank you, Mr. Fernandez. That's all I have, Your Honor.
Okay. Mr. Eisenberg. Oh, Ms. Schultz.
I'm back. Good afternoon, Mr. Fernandez. It's good to see you again.
Good afternoon.
I would like to, most of my questions surround your testimony. If we need to pull it up on the screen, I'll be happy to. You have proposed in this proceeding modification to the contractual commitments that public service and QTS have entered into. And specifically, I would like to talk about your proposal to modify the security fund payment. Does that sound familiar?
Yes.
Okay. And my understanding is that you are proposing to increase the security fund that QTS would pay to approximately $18.1 million. Is that right?
For security in the construction of the dedicated transmission, yes, I recommended a letter of credit or escrow account to cover that amount for the few months until that payment is made.
Okay. And just so that I understand, you are proposing the security fund or that letter of credit that it would exist during the construction period of the project.
Yes.
And under the current agreement, are you aware that the security fund would not be triggered until after the project is constructed and in service?
Yes.
Thank you. And the current amount that is agreed to under the contract for that security fund it's just over $1 million. Does that sound right?
That's what Piesco included in his testimony.
Okay, and the $18.1 million that you were proposing, am I right? That is tied to the estimated cost that is left to finish constructing the transmission line, correct?
Yes, these are different security funds. I'm talking about security for the construction of the transmission plant. I didn't address the kind of going forward security fund.
Thank you for that clarification. Are you aware that the deadline for the commission's decision in this case is on or about March 27th, 2024? Does that roughly sound right?
Sounds in the ballpark.
And then are you aware that QTS's stage 2 construction payment of $18.1 million is due April 4th, 2024?
I don't know the date, but I'll take your word for it.
Okay. So the time frame between when we expect to get a final decision in this case and when QTS owes the company $18.1 million is really only a week.
If those dates work out.
Okay. Would you agree that your recommendation is somewhat mooted, given that there's really only a week we expect between a final decision in this case and the current deadline for the stage 2 construction payment?
Given that time frame, if it works out, yeah.
Now I understand the way I read your testimony, part of your justification for this proposal is based on your experience or the commission's experience with an economic development rate filing by Black Hills. Do you recall that?
I did include some of that in my testimony, yes.
Okay. In fact, I think that you stated in Black Hills case, there was a potential customer you called a fly-by-night cryptocurrency operation.
Yes, and I think that's a very accurate description of who and what they were.
You would agree, though, that, I mean, you've now seen the testimony of QTS. They have put forward their vice president of energy and sustainability. They have indicated they are not actively pursuing cryptocurrency. So I just want to confirm, are you suggesting QTS is in any way a fly-by-night cryptocurrency operation?
I did not state that in my testimony.
Thank you. I have a couple questions for you about the EDR Electric Service Agreement, or EDR ESA. Now, I just want to confirm UCA, or at least through your answer testimony, you're not taking issue with whether or not the QTS Aurora campus is eligible for an EDR under the EDR statute. Is that right?
Well, in listening to all of this testimony, yes, I would question it.
In your answer,
the project has already been started, as it's been referred to multiple times, and the company says it's going to complete at the very least the first building, regardless of what the commission decided. So this is no longer new. This project's already in process and started.
in your testimony, though, however, you recommended approval of the EDR ESA subject to a number of conditions and a revision to the discount structure. Is that right?
Yes, I think some consumer protection and guardrails are sorely needed in this. And in listening to the testimony, I think there's even some additional guardrails and customer protections that are needed in order that this complies with the EDR statute.
And you'll have an opportunity, I'm sure, to discuss that. I would like to revisit. Did you watch the hearing yesterday?
Yes.
Okay. Now there was a series of questions that UCA's attorney, Ms. Crampton, asked to Mr. Wright surrounding an incentive package that QTS had been awarded by the city of Aurora. Do you recall some of those questions?
Yes.
Okay. And are you aware that the EDR statute specifically references the availability of economic development rates, either on their own or in combination with other economic development incentives, being a substantial factor to a customer's decision to locate in Colorado?
I'll let the EDR statute speak for itself. I'm not going to try and interpret that.
Okay. You state in your testimony that you do not think data centers are a good fit for what the legislature intended in Colorado. Is that right?
I included that in my testimony.
Okay. And to be clear, this is your personal opinion, correct?
No, this is based on the EDR statute. In the legislative intent, it's point number 1 specifically addresses employment. And as we've went over multiple times in this hearing, QTS is only planning to employ 2 to 3 dozen employees. That is an extremely small number of employees, given the tens of millions of dollars of discounts that they want the commission to award QTS.
And Mr. Fernandez, you heard that the total cost of this facility will be $1 billion, over $1 billion. Did you not hear that?
I've heard it.
Okay. And am I correct that the EDR statute says nothing about giving preference to one industry over another?
It does not mention specific industries, but it mentions employment. And that's what my comments are based on, is that there is very little employment associated with this project, and the economic development costs per job excuse me, per job created is in the millions of dollars, which I think is ridiculous and egregious.
And again, Mr. Fernandez, you'll have an opportunity to get to that. The statute, however, it says nothing about any sort of minimum number of employment, any minimum number of jobs that a facility must create. Is that correct?
As I've mentioned, the legislative intent specifically mentions employment. It does not go into specifics, which is pretty standard for legislation like this.
Right. In fact, the legislation, the declaration references the continued development and expansion of opportunities for employment in Colorado. Is that not correct?
That is part of the legislative intent, yes.
Okay. Now, in your testimony, you take issue with the level of discount that is agreed to in the statute, right? I'm sorry, that is agreed to in the EDR ESA, correct?
Yes.
And I don't intend to cite to what that actual number is since it's confidential, but you would agree, wouldn't you? The EDR statute has no cap on the maximum amount of a discount that a utility can provide. Is that correct?
There is language that would govern how high that discount can be, since it has to cover the marginal cost.
Indeed, the rate must be above the marginal cost, for instance, and there can be no cross subsidization. But the statute, for instance, does not set a number saying the maximum discount available is 50% or 70%, just to give a hypothetical. Is that correct?
Again, the statute speaks for itself, and it does not include a specific percentage.
Okay. I have no further questions for this witness.
Oh, thank you. And Mr. Bunker, redirect.
It's just a couple of redirect questions. And Ms. Shields, could you perhaps help me with the copy of House Bill 18-1271, which was your exhibit that was signed by the governor? It was in the 150s, but I don't recall the exact number.
Yes, sir. Hearing exhibit 152.
If we could bring up hearing exhibit 152. And if we could scroll down to towards the bottom of that first page. That's good. Mr. Fernandez, do you recall the question by Ms. Shields regarding the legislative intent of the EDR statute and whether that was your personal view? And were you referring to, at the bottom of the page there, section 1, the legislative declaration, and subparagraph 1A?
Yes, I was.
And that language in 1A is a finding and determination by the legislature that the continued development and expansion of opportunities for employment in Colorado is a finding of the legislature, right?
Correct. And it's number 1 on their list.
Okay, thank you. And secondly, with regard to the EDR agreement, and you indicated you were, after hearing testimony, you were now considering additional conditions for consumer protection and guardrails to comply with the statute. Do you recall that testimony?
Yes.
And you were cut off before you could expand on what those potential consumer protections or guardrails were or are. So could you expand on that?
Okay. In listening to QTS's business plan here, it sounds like there is the potential for abuse and violations of the EDR statute. And let me explain that. Everybody is in agreement that the EDR statute requires that in order to qualify for the discount rate, that company must be new to the state of Colorado and meet the minimum size, or be an existing company and with a substantial increase in size. There are many other data centers in the state of Colorado. And if QTS, if they merely go and cannibalize other customers from other data centers, I think it could be a violation of the EDR statute. Let me be very specific here. For example, IBM has a big data center in Boulder. So if QTS were to take their tens of millions of dollars in discounts and subsidies and go up to IBM's customers and said, we're going to give you a 10 to 20% discount over what you're paying IBM if you pick up your equipment and move it down the road from Boulder to Aurora. So if that's the case, the load, there would be no net increase in the load. It would just be merely shifted from Boulder to Aurora. So the additional consumer protections or guardrails that I think the commission needs to be put in place if they're going to grant this EDR statute is there needs to be a prohibition of just taking customers from other data centers that are already within the state. Because if that's all they're going to do, there is no benefit. In fact, it's detrimental to the state. It's detrimental to the other data centers, and the taxpayers and ratepayers of Colorado end up holding the bag and bearing all these costs for no benefit.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Fernandez. And with that, I have no further redirect.
Okay. Thank you for your testimony, Mr. Fernandez.
You're welcome.
And Ms. Crampton, I see joining us.
And Your Honor, if I may, really briefly, I just wanted to let you know the company had slated 30 minutes of cross-examination for Mr. Chris Neal, and we plan to waive that.
Okay. Then in that case, there are no questions for Mr. Neal.
Your Honor, I believe QTS had allotted some time for Mr. Neal.
He waived that earlier in the hearing. Mr. Valentine, is that correct?
That's correct, Your Honor.
Understood.
Okay, thank you. So we will have Mr. Neal's testimony stand as admitted. And now I do see it's approaching 3 o'clock. Why don't we go ahead and take an afternoon break? And we'll come back at 3:10. Okay, we'll go back on the record after our break. Ms. Weisenthal, are you with me?
Yes, I am.
Thank you.
Your Honor, I have a preliminary matter.
Sure.
It's my understanding that one of the documents is in the revised FDS, and the other one should be on its way any minute now. So just wanted to let you know that.
Okay, why don't we take a look at that then? What's the file that is
There was
ready?
I think the one that I saw was FDS 14.
Just so you know, it's not titled with a hearing exhibit number, and it's still titled as confidential.
Oh, all right.
Okay, at this point in the hearing, is this the document? This is the FDS 14 without the redacted.
It's redacted, correct. You scan through, the attachments are redacted.
Okay, Ms. Federico, if you would, go ahead and copy that to the commission's folder or move it to the commission's folder.
And she was just finishing the redactions on FDS 1. And so that should be in there momentarily. She said she was almost finished.
So to clarify, the one that was just on the screen, that's the public.
Yeah, that's the public.
Okay. Just a mislabeled public version. And now, okay. And now we'll see. I haven't seen these. I just like the opportunity.
Yeah, no, they're just the public version. They're no different than the ones I sent you, the full version, but these are the redacted versions for the public because we mistakenly found the wrong ones.
Ms. Shield, thank you for that point. Do you you should have read-only access to the commission's folder? Do you have that available to you on the box.com folder?
I trust that I do, but would need to double check.
And Judge, one other point, the header on the document that I just moved over still identifies it as 14C.
Right.
Do you want?
I'll ask her to just take that and delete it again.
I was gonna say, I can see if I can edit it. I'm not sure if it'll let me, but.
Sorry, I'm doing my best.
Do you want me to see if I can edit it, Judge?
Yeah, if you want to, or I will.
Yeah, let me take a look. I can do it, and I can retitle it as well. It's making me do it page by page, but I can get it. It's letting me do it, so I can take care of that.
Or you could maybe add one new header and do it throughout the document quicker. I don't know.
Yeah, it didn't let me do that when I tried, but I'll try again.
I'm going off the record for this, okay? Is that okay?
Yes, thank you, Harry.
All right. Seems like a lot didn't need to be there.
This is FDS 14 at issue.
Yes, but we'll get it renamed in the proper format and let you know when that's ready so you can take a look at it.
And FDS one is, she said she has 2 more pages to redact. Actually, I'll just tell her before she puts it in to get rid of the C's, so you don't have to do that. So I'll be back.
Okay.
But
Okay, I have finished FDS 14. I've retitled it and taken the C's up. Oh, I missed one C. Hang on. But the actual the notice of confidentiality has 14C in it. I think I can take that off. Yes, I did. So now I've fixed it and saved it. So it's titled correctly and all of the 14 C's have been replaced with 14.
and I just watched her delete the C's on FDS one, so it should be loaded up in box momentarily.
Thank you. And Mr. Opp, so you haven't, the confidential versions were filed and those remain unchanged. The only thing that we're updating are the redacted public.
Yeah, the
Okay,
public.
thank you.
Nothing else has changed.
Thank you.
And I do see the other one, Judge, if you want me to share that one, the FDS one.
Let's hold off just a moment. So Ms. Shields, do you have the read-only access to the commission's file?
I have not been able to ascertain that I have, but I am aware that I was served with the confidential versions.
Well, what I was hoping is you could look at the document before we're showing it on a public screen. So bear with me a moment.
Ms. Shields, in the hearing exhibit spreadsheet email and the box.com email you got, there's a link to the hearing folder. That's the read-only access. If you click that, you should be able to see it.
Yeah, so the confidential ones do not appear to be in the zip folder that I have.
No,
They
it's
will
not in
not
the zip folder. It's in the box.com link that I sent there.
No, well, and what I'm asking you to take a look at is in the public folder. It's the newest document if you do a date sort on it.
Okay, the new ones in the public folder. We
And
have
it is called Hearing Exhibit 300, Attachment FDS 14_public.
Yes, and we have reviewed those. Those are up on a screen next to me, and we are comfortable with those.
Thank you. Okay, now we just need to get one more.
Oh, and Judge, just so you know, that it's the same titling, so I'll fix the title. But on this one, it looks like the header is missing from pages 3 through 20.
I think I'm okay with that for now. Okay, but we do have okay. So let's not well, I was trying to avoid putting us on a public screen just in case.
Sorry about that.
So if you would move that file to the commission's folder and rename it.
And I apologize for the mishap.
Okay, that one's been moved over, and I've correct the naming, so it's attachment 300, or sorry, hearing exhibit 300, attachment FDS1.
You see it yet, Ms. Shields? I do not yet.
FTS1
Mhm.
is fine, and then FTS 14.
My colleague, Mr. Eisenberg, has indicated that he's seeing both of them.
Okay. Okay, as do I. And have you now had a chance to review both of those then?
Yes, sir. Your Honor.
Okay. Then let's go back on the record. Are you ready, Harriet?
Yes, I am.
Okay, thanks. Okay, we'll go back on the record. The commission now has taken possession of two exhibits from staff. They have been renamed to be Hearing Exhibit 3 Attachment FDS 14 Redacted and Hearing Exhibit 300 Attachment FDS 1 CPUC 2-18 Redacted.
Can I ask a quick question?
Yes,
You said the first one here, exhibit 3,
300.
and then there was a second one. Was that 300 too? Okay, it sounded like you just said 3, so that's
Yeah,
what
both are Hearing Exhibit 300. And then there are two attachments to that, basically, but they're separate. Do you get it? You want me to say it again?
Nope, got it.
Okay. Okay. All right. We'll go back on the record then. Mr. Opp has presented these two documents. They're being public versions of confidential documents already admitted into evidence. But now in compliance with the commission rules, the public portion of those documents are freely available to the public and only the confidential information has been redacted. So thank you for getting that resolved, Mr. Opp, and Ms. Federico for your help. And then we're ready back with Ms. Crampton.
Thank you, Your Honor. The UCA calls its next witness, Leslie Henry Sermos.
You would please raise your right hand. Do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
Thank you. Boy, I could barely hear you. Please try and project your voice and maybe get close to the microphone. Thank you.
Can you hear me better now?
That is better. Ms. Crampton.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Henry Sermos, can you just state your full name and spell it for the record?
My name is Leslie Henry Sermos, Leslie Henrysermos.
And Ms. Henry Sermos, where are you employed and what is your position?
I am an analyst at the UCA.
And Ms. Henry Sermos, in this proceeding, did you write and file what's been marked as Hearing Exhibit 202, entitled Your Answer Testimony in this proceeding?
That is correct.
And did you also, with your answer testimony, provide public hearing exhibits LHS 1 through LHS 3?
Yes.
And if I were to ask you the questions that are contained within your answer testimony here today, would your answers be the same?
Yes.
I have nothing further, Your Honor. Ms. Henry Sermos is available for cross-examination as well as the court's questioning.
Thank you. And Mr. Eisenberg, I see, has joined us.
Good afternoon, Ms. Henry Sermos.
Hi.
My name is Sam Eisenberg. I represent the company in this matter. I believe this is your first time testifying before this commission. Is that right?
For the UCA, yes.
Well, on behalf of the company, welcome. I really will only have one question for you. If we could pull from the company's box Hearing Exhibit 110. And if we could just scroll so that the witness can review this document. Ms. Henry Sermos, I'll represent to you that this is UCA's response to discovery request PSCO 122 and that you are the sponsor and it's dated October 16, 2023. Do you see that?
I do.
A move to admit hearing exhibit 110.
Any objection to the admission of hearing exhibit 110?
I would, Your Honor, I would raise the objection that's cited in the UCA's response. The question posed by public service calls for Ms. Henry Sermos to draw a legal conclusion. That is the court's responsibility in this proceeding. So I would maintain that objection.
May I respond?
You may.
So the question asked, does UCA agree that public service has demonstrated all required elements with respect to all requirements for a certificate of public convenience and necessity in this proceeding? It's not calling for a legal conclusion. It's asking whether UCA agrees with public service. And I will just note that although counsel did pose some objections, UCA then chose to answer over those objections. So I think that we're just asking for admission of the document as it sits with those objections and response.
Well, I think it does call for a legal conclusion. I also think the opinion is of limited relevance.
I could lay a brief foundation for the discovery request if that would be helpful by referring to the testimony that's cited.
I'll allow it. No, I'll allow the foundation.
Okay, if we could pull up then hearing exhibit 202 and go to page 18, that's your testimony. And at the bottom of this page, continuing on, or actually just hold right there. That's last full Q&A on the page. You just scroll up maybe 2 lines. And Ms. Henry Sermos, do you see you were asked, should the CPCN application for the QTS transmission facilities be approved by the commission? And the first part of your answer is yes, assuming PSCO meets its burden of proof with respect to the CPCN application. Do you see that?
I do.
Okay, if we could go back to then hearing exhibit 110 from the company's box. And Your Honor, if I may just address you.
You may.
The discovery request is asking to clarify Ms. Sermos's testimony, which doesn't say whether she agrees with public service or not as to whether a CPCN should be granted. And that's why we asked this discovery question, and that's why the response is relevant to clarify that paragraph in Ms. Henry Sermos's testimony.
Well, her testimony conditioned it on you meeting the burden of proof, and that doesn't mean she agrees or disagrees. So I guess what I'll do is, Ms. Henry Sermos, ask you, are you aware? Actually, I'm not going to ask the question. I'm gonna sustain the objection. We'll leave hearing exhibit 110. Was this? Yes, will not be admitted.
Can we go back to that page of the answer testimony then? So just for the record, we're back on hearing exhibit 202, which is Ms. Henry Sermos's answer testimony. We're looking at the bottom of page 18, which we were discussing. And just refer you back to that first part of your answer on lines 17 and 18. And my question for you, Ms. Sermos, is in this document, your answer testimony, you are not giving any specific opinions as to whether PSCO has met its burden of proof with respect to the CPCN application if one is required. Is that correct?
That is correct. That is something for the commission.
Thank you for
to
your answer, Ms. Henry Sermos. That's all I have for you. Thank you for your time.
Okay, or do I? So any yes, any redirect.
No, Your Honor. Thank you.
Ms. Henry Sermos, welcome and thank you for your testimony.
Thank you very much.
Okay. According to my sheet, that brings the evidentiary portion of the hearing to the close. Part of my delay in joining us after the last break, I have compiled the exhibits admitted during hearing. I will go through those with counsel. And also, Ms. Federico, if you would please present hearing exhibit 700. And in some fine print, the parties can look on the screen or can look at the read-only copy in the hearing folder. Thank you, that is better. We've hidden lines, the attachment to Mr. Neal's testimony CN3 is hidden here because we have the copy that came in through box.com, and attachment RAF2 is hidden. The remainder of hearing exhibit 700 has not changed. So I want to present this to the parties. It'll be an updated copy of it that will replace the version that was previously printed, and this will be the official hearing exhibit 700. Is there any objection to the admission at this point? So we will use this. This will substitute the previously admitted electronic record. And that is the only other matter along those lines. So then I'll go through. I have hearing exhibits 109 through 115, with 110 admission being denied. 117 through 119, 121, 122, 124 through 128. Then I have 149 151 not being admitted, 152 was not admitted.
Your Honor, I believe 152 was admitted. That was Colorado House Bill 18-1271, the EDR statute.
But it was admitted as Exhibit 203. It was a signature.
Well, it's not.
No, I think I believe that 152 is the one that was admitted with the signature. And
Ms. Federico, would you just pull up Exhibit 152 for us real quick?
Yes, I was just gonna offer to pull it up. Thank you.
UCA's version is what, so.
And then go to the signature page. Yes. Okay, so 152 was admitted. Then continuing 153 and 154 were admitted. 203 then is the one not admitted. 204 through 207 were admitted. 210 through 214 were admitted. 304 was not admitted. 305 was admitted. Then 502, 504, and 505 were admitted. Anyone have any additional concerns there or need me to review it again or portions again? And then I'll just ask, because I did not look, have we ordered a deadline for statements of position in the case? Was that part of the original schedule?
Yes, I believe it was part of the original schedule. December 6th is the date that stands out in my mind, Your Honor. Yes, December 6th.
Thank you. Okay, is there anything further we need to address today from any party? Seeing and hearing none, no one. I will thank the parties for their presentation of the evidence. I think the positions of the parties are quite clear, and I'll look forward to reading your statements of position. And with that, I wish you all a good day and good weekend. Thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Judge.
Thank you. See ya.